Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for is it Wednesday, November the 8th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William, so you guys can hear me and see my screen. Now, I did a little adjustment on the sound, so hopefully everybody can hear me right away. If you can't, I can always do another adjustment, okay? So if you can't hear me or I'm scratchy, just let me know, and I'll do this adjustment again. Thank you, Les, in our YouTube room. How to use? Well, it's again the 10-day. Just I'm going to answer eyes. It's just don't repeat. So it's not about how you use it. It's just it tells you the first time it happened. So sometimes you might miss one. You can kind of go back and the don't repeat. Click on it and see if it's moved from there. That's all. Okay. So that's about how I use it. It's just in case I do miss something the first time. Well, guys, listen, there are a ton of earnings plays, and I mean a ton. Remember this column, okay? Earnings date column, pre-market actives up and down, sorting on the earnings date column, and look at all the earnings plays, okay? Now, these are just the ones that are passing my filters. I mean, there'll be more once the market opens, but look at them all. These are on the upside, and these are on the downside. This is a big earnings day, probably another big one tomorrow. Probably a little less on Friday, and then we really drop next week. So take advantage of it. Now, the one I'm looking at is SNBR. SNBR, yeah, sleep number, all-time low now. Earnings play, and it's an all-time low. Sleep. I almost took it in the pre-market, but I got slightly distracted, and now I don't want to chase it, but definitely going to watch it once this market opens and see what it does. So that is sleep number. Now, there are a couple that are moving and there are not earnings plays. For instance, I think Lumo is one of them. LUMO. Then we'll get up into a lot of the earnings, but I could not put them all in, by the way, guys. Obviously, there's just too many, but there might be something. No, this isn't, excuse me, this actually isn't earnings play. I didn't realize it. So Lumo, LUMO, this is actually an earnings play. It's up, but it is drifted down. I mean, look what happened in the post market. 923, almost cut in half. So, I mean, this is a massive fade, still up 29% and huge volume, but it has really pulled back since the the post market highs. That's when they released earnings. You can see that November 7th post market earning right beside in my earnings date filter, November 7th post market. That is the mauve area right there. And this is actually, it is shortable. It is shortable also for me at Interactive Brokers. TH. Well, let's take a look at some of these. TH is an earnings play. Again, there's just too many to go over. I mean, look at this column, guys. Again, anything 0.25 means they released earnings pre-market. You can see right there, November 8th pre-market. That is the 10 area. This is the after hours area, the mauve area. These guys released, even though there was some action after hours yesterday, they released pre-market, big gap up through the 200-day moving average. However, you would think maybe some resistance right around that 1640 mark. I'm hearing ARRY. ARRY is an earnings play also on the way down. ARRY. Lots of earnings plays. No, this is actually TTWO is actually an earnings play after hours today, unless yeah. So this is an earnings play after hours today, but it's having a bit of a gap up because again, this is I'm the wrong demographic, but reported Grand Theft Auto game to be announced this week. Roblox, or Roblox. RBLX earnings play way through the 200-day moving average, a big gap through the 200-day moving average. The next high looking left on the weekly chart. I mean, it still has some room on the weekly chart. Now, if this were last Thursday or Friday, I'd be more inclined to watch this all day long as a continuation long play. Now, I don't know what's going to happen. We saw a few of those last week, ones that really gapped up strongly on earnings, and you would think maybe there'd be some kind of a fade. And, a lot of them just did not fade. They just kept going and going and going. That was on Thursday and Friday. We're not quite in that sort of a market, but there is room. I mean, there's room if you look at that weekly chart for this to keep running. RBLX. You, YOU, another earnings play. Not one I had on my list, but I mean, there's just so many. Take a look at some of the ones on the downside. eBay, I'm just trying to pick off some of the ones that have it's people know eBay. eBay is another earnings play. Again, every time I see eBay, I always put out the question, who the heck still uses eBay? And I know there are going to be a couple of you saying, I use eBay. Bumble, another earnings play. BMBL, another earnings play. There you go, Harry. I knew somebody would say, hey, I use eBay. CPNG, another earnings play. Now, this is, not quite. I thought maybe this was the all time low down here, but it is not. Boy, WBD. Now, here are a couple of big streaming services, guys. WBD, Warner Brothers. Is this an all time low? Not quite, but way at the low, though. And I guess down here is the all time low for Warner Brothers, WBD. And Paramount, other streaming services. That actor strike is still not over. Yeah, well, the longer they stay out, the longer they're just going to be replaced by AI. And that's what their concern is, of course. Am I interested in going long? No. SNBR? No. I mean, listen, I got to wait. I wanted to short it earlier and I just got a little distracted. I wanted to take it underneath 10 and but it's an all-time low. So I don't know. I mean, I don't know what's going to happen. See if it gets back close to 10 and then bounces back down off it. Market is putting in a nice little green bar here, guys. Ahead of market's in for a modest open so far. Toast, TOST, another earnings play on the way down. And this is not quite another one, not quite an all-time low. So again, if you have my pre-market actives up and down, just go to the earnings date column, double left click on it, and then you can just scroll down. You'll be at the top here, but just scroll down until you see all of these earnings plays, and there might be something you like. Maybe you're, have a look at Hood, Robin Hood, another earnings play on the way down. See, I knew you guys would come out of the woodwork. So Hall says his daughter sells on eBay. There you go. All right, guys, let me take a look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning. See if there's any. Esta. I don't think I mentioned Esta. I'm taking my Spanish lessons. I look at this Esta. Esta. Um, Another earnings play. Look at this one. What a gap down. Have released earnings after hours. You can see the reaction after hours in the mauve area right here on my 15-minute chart. And now the post-market low was 2067, getting close to that. Okay, let's take a look at the upgrades and downgrades this morning. And just see if there's anything interesting. Yesterday, there were way more downgrades than upgrades. Let's see if that's the same pattern today. Not too many upgrades. What I'm actually looking for, I'm looking to see if there are any upgrades that look out of whack. In other words, some price target way above a current price. Or if one firm or one company is being upgraded by multiple analysts, which I do not see. All right, let's take a look at, there's an upgrade for PWR. It's an expensive one by Goldman. Take a look at PWR. Well, that's quite the upgrade, actually. Now they had an initial target of 214. Now it's 211, and the stock is at 168. Okay, there you go. So that one might be something to pay attention to. And that's PWR. Well, we're definitely off the beaten track here with Gilligan's Island. Okay, let's take a look at the downgrades. The SS Minnow. Um, downgrades. Interesting. D-Dog has been downgraded. No, had earnings yesterday. Pretty good reaction. In fact, not pretty good. Great reaction to earnings yesterday for D-Dog. Lucid, I should have mentioned Lucid. Lucid and Riven, both of them earnings plays. Riven, having a nice pop. Lucid, LCID, basically going nowhere. Well, nowhere fast. In other words, down. I think I told you guys I saw my first Riven in Vancouver a few weeks ago. Well, the ZNTL still is getting downgraded. If you're talking about Riven in terms of what I saw, I didn't like it, but I mean that's just me. I thought it was way too utilitarian looking. But I think I've only seen one Riven in Vancouver. Now, sure there are others, but I've only seen one. I just found it a little too utilitarian, and the logo on the back just looked. I mean, couldn't they fancied it up just a little bit? All right, guys. Wow. So this market, yeah, the market is ahead. Of our open, this is a nice big green candle. Somebody saying Powell is talking. Maybe he's talking now. Well, there's a bounce. There's a big bounce for sleep number. SNBR, a big bounce for sleep number, actually. Interesting. Oh, I know it's Rivian. No, no, I know it's Rivian. I just when I see the symbol RIVN, I just go Rivian. That's all. I know it's Rivian. Okay, guys, let's take a look at the sectors. Okay, so from our toolbar, I'm going to click on New and then Dock Channel Bar and then Show More. Yeah, this is not FOMC day, obviously. All right, so what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. So energy is still weak. Energy was weak yesterday and it's still weak today. Look at the SPY guys. So these are the major sectors. So the XLE, the major ETF for energy, when you see 77% in red, that means that 77% of the stocks that make up XLE are down from yesterday's close. So energy is still weak. Energy was weak yesterday. So just taking a quick look, most, of course, because the market's doing this, most of the major sectors are at least 50%. Okay, at least most of them are. But as always, so yesterday we had so I'm not expecting too much. I'm going to take a look at some of the major sectors with respect again to the 200-day moving average. Were financials able to hold over the, no, you see, look at that. So financials are starting, they're right at that 200-day moving average. XLF, okay, so financial, the big ETF for financials, right at that 200-day moving average. That's that blue line there. I'm not gonna go over them all, just the ones that were very close. I don't have to look at communications or technology. XLE though, XLE could be getting closer and closer now on the way down. Never mind, closer and closer. So there's a major shift, guys. I mean, energy at one point, remember, the energy was sort of energy along with the communications and tech sectors were quite a bit above the 200-day moving averages. But, look what's happened over the last couple of weeks and now broke down through it again. Okay, through that 200-day moving average again. So I think as we speak, there are still just two over the 200-day moving average, which will be XLC communications and XLK. But I think discretionary is also XLY. Yes, XLY is above. Take a look at industrials, XLI. Yeah, so it's still below. So it looks like we've only got three now above the 200-day moving average: communications, technologies, and discretionary. Take a look at materials. Yeah, drifting away. I'll take a look at retail. Yeah, so it's still below. What sort of holiday season is it going to be for these retailers? Just click on it. It's just click on it. So if you have a list, well, assuming you have it in, if you're talking about a list, you're talking about a list. Well, if you're talking about a list within a trade ideas scan, just click on it. If you're talking about a list outside of trade ideas, so are you talking about you have a list of pre-market actives? Yeah, okay. So if you click on it, the chart will load. It'll load into the chart. All you have to do is have a chart up and make sure on the chart, if you right click on the chart you want it to load, go to right click, go to properties and make sure you've got symbol linking checked. Okay, just make sure you have symbol linking checked. Okay, and once you have that, then anytime you click on an alert from any list you've got, excuse me, any stock that you click on, any symbol that you click on from within Trade Ideas will appear on your chart as long as you've got it. Okay, as long as you have a chart up and running and the symbol linking is checked. So I don't understand what you mean when you say which one is this. You say you have a list of pre-market actives. You have a list of pre-market actives. So like this one, you've got mine. Well, you just click on the any symbol in it, and it'll load into the chart as long as you've got. If you right click on the chart, right click on the chart, go to properties, and make sure that symbol linking is checked. Okay, and if symbol linking is checked, then every time you click on an alert, the chart will load. Okay, Raz. So audio is working. So you know what I'm going to do again? Well, if you don't have, when you say you don't have charts like mine, you mean, are you using the Trade Ideas charts or are you using somebody else's charts? So I'm going to do another little fix here on the audio and let me know if that works for you guys. Let me know if that worked, Raz. Okay, so eyes, can you hear me? Because all you have to do, if you have a TI chart, go to the TI chart, left click on it, okay? Just so that TI knows you're in this chart, okay? In the chart. So left, that's all it's doing is just saying, okay, TI, I'm in this chart, left click on it, and then right click on it. And this box will pop up, go to properties, scroll down to properties, and another box will pop up. And there's a box that says symbol linking or an option that says symbol linking. Make sure you check it. Another box will pop up. This should say link to all. It is the default. Okay, another box that it will pop up. That should be checked also, but that is the default. So once you've got that symbol linking checked, then every time you click on an alert, the chart will change to the symbol. Take a look at BYU. Brigham Young. Yeah, a lot of volume. I mean, this was super active yesterday, up 10% right now. Yeah, another super active one yesterday. Did see this one. Yeah, 2.5 million. It's already traded the float. Has earnings tomorrow, I guess. Yeah, just so click. So Kevin, just click on the chart. Again, when I say click on the chart, it's just to let Trade Ideas know what chart you want to do this in. Okay, so I'm going to click on the center on the daily chart for BYU. So left click on it, and then keep the control key pressed down on your keyboard. Keep it pressed down, and then scroll wheel on your mouse. This is a bad one because this is all the data we've got. Let me go to Warner Brothers. Okay, so left click. So now I know I'm in this chart. Keep the control key pressed down on your keyboard, and then your scroll wheel on your mouse, just scroll in and out. Okay, scroll in and out. Just keep the control key pressed down on your keyboard. So Raz, it doesn't matter when you talk about you're on the web-based version, it doesn't matter in this trading room whether what version of Trade Ideas you're on, be it the downloadable application or the web-based version. The trading room is completely independent. Well, whatever Powell said at 9:15, I guess the market liked it a bit. Anyway, there's a topping tail there. All right, one more try. How about now, guys? I just did another fix. Let's see if you can hear me. Okay. That's weird. I don't know why this happens, but anyway, at least we've got it solved before the market opens. Okay, so everybody should be able to hear me in both rooms, YouTube and the main room. The sector, well, it's not so much a heat map, okay? But this is what I use in the pre-market, new. Now, okay, you can, okay, this is what I've been using in the pre-market, okay? If this is what you're talking about, I click on new and then dock channel bar. I scroll down until I see show more. And then, so are you talking about this? The sector status? Is this what you're talking about, dock muscle? Or are you talking, because I'm not sure this works. Ah, yeah. You might, I don't even know. Do you have this I'm just not used to using the web-based version at all. Let me just see this though. I wonder if this will work. Just give me a moment if that works, or that is from yesterday. No? Okay, so you can use actually, so in our web-based version, on this is from our, you don't have to use the web-based version of the you can go to our homepage, give you a link for this. And this is a heat map now and this is active. I'm just looking here. Look at EXR. Okay, this is active. This is S&P 500. These will be the ones on the way down. So look at EXR. So this is I wasn't sure if this was working in the pre-market yet, but yes, it is. So if you wanted this, all you have to go do is go to our homepage. I can give you a link. Unfortunately, you can't be using the web-based version and this, but you might want to if this is what you're interested in the pre-market, you could use this. And then you can see on the way down, S&P 500 on the way down, you just drag it in. So these are heat maps that you can use. Time is it right now? 9:28. Let me quickly go to the web-based version and see how different it is. 1 minute? Okay, guys. Yeah, 1 minute to the open. Now, again, typically I don't trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down a little bit, but let me just see sector status. I think, yeah. So it looks a little different. You have to expand it. That's all, I guess. Okay. Now, the only difference might be I asked them, yeah, they have real estate instead of, so it is the same. Everything is the same except they've got real estate instead of, um, what did I put in there? Okay, guys, we're now open, I think. Yeah, we're open. So it is the same, except they have real estate, and I think I put retail. That's right. I had them substitute. So it is exactly the same, except they've got real estate in the web-based version, and I've got retail. So it is the same. You just have to expand it, of course. Okay. I mean, so it might look a little different, but it is the same. All right, guys, we are now open for business. Let me get rid of this. Well, there's Ari, guys. Ari on the way down. EVNX, this is an earnings play. EVNX is an earnings play. Coming into the 200-day moving average. It's, what is it, 1295? Well, it's far enough away that if it got up there, that'd be great, but Cava on the way down, guys. Cava, CAVA, another earnings play. I saw that Wish had an upgrade. This has been just a disaster, though, since its IPO, WISH, Wish. I did see that it had an upgrade. Well, I don't know if it's an upgrade. Target is cut to 4 from 6. UPST is not an all-time low, not quite. UPST earnings play crashing through the 200-day moving average. I guess down here must be the all-time low. If you're wondering, well, why does it look so close to 2.4%? Because at one point this must have been in, if I go back on a monthly chart, you can see that, yeah, I mean, this was, I don't know if this is split adjusted. I don't know if it ever actually got up to $402. Possible, pandemic price. Wow. Well, that's quite the recovery. I was all over thinking this was going to be a great short. SNBR holding under 10 once the market opened. I thought it would continue to collapse. But look at this. It's quite the bounce, actually. Well, let's see if it's coming into any moving average. Of course, the 200 is way up there. The VWAP is at 1049, so it broke right through that. Yeah, this one from yesterday, CDIO. Through the 200-day moving average again. It got through it yesterday, closed down below it, through it again, CDIO. Low float, 7.9 million. I don't know if there's any news on this one. This is an earnings play also, and I think, yes, NVEI is an earnings play. maybe coming into some resistance around 19. Look at that weekly chart. Boy, if it can get through 19, look at the potential gap fill. Look at NVEI, guys. I'm going to stick an alert around here. It may not happen today, may not, it may never happen, but if it does, look at this potential gap fill for NVEI. You on the way down, you on the way down, YOU on the way down. Now, those of you following AMC, critical level, I think it's at $10. AMC right at $10. So if you guys are, I know a lot of you will follow AMC. $10 though, big level. You can see if it takes that out, then the next low underneath is around 922. For blast off, probably an earnings play, right? Real. So that was actually negative to start the day, or in the pre-market, negative. No, Wish is actually an earnings play also. Okay, so they'd have an upgrade, and it's halted. Wish is halted actually. Now this is not the good halt. I mean, always talk about the halts, some being good, some being bad. Usually the first halt is pretty good. So there's the halt for Wish at 506. Can't see the symbol there, but it is Wish. This column here is showing where the projected open could be. It changes, of course. There's nothing written in stone here. Usually the first halt is good. Good meaning that Norman, these numbers would be above at 506, but not in this case anyway, not yet. And this is from Interactive Brokers, okay? This blue screen, nothing to do with trade ideas. Well, one moment, please. All right, guys. So this is kind of interesting. Birkenstock had an IPO 5 weeks ago, 4.5 weeks ago, and all got up to 42.40 and all. Wasn't terrible. I mean, it didn't utterly collapse, but now look at it now. Birkenstock is an all-time high. Took out the high of that of its opening day, which was 51, sorry. So Birkenstock, BIRK, is now at an all-time high. Appoints new managing director for Greater China. Are you talking to me, Lana? Having I guess so. I mean, if this is, this is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Um, I know I say this all the time. I've had Interactive Brokers for, I don't know, 7 or 8 years now. Haven't made one change, so I have no idea what my subscription is. Haven't made one change in 8 years. So whatever brings me this is my subscription level. All right, guys. Esta is on the way down here. ESTA is on the way down, and it's an earnings play. Yeah, it was a tough spread. It was at one point that was 1838 or 7. There, you look at that spread, 38, and then it jumps up to 74. So it's kind of untradeable right now, in my opinion. I mean, I think I paid $10, Len. I think I paid $10, and they may even waive that because I trade enough. All right, RBLX now. RBLX is starting to give it up. Big pop. Now I'm really starting to give it up. RBLX. Is kind of mimicking the market, guys. So there's a big topping tail here, and there's a big topping tail on the SPY. So this is kind of mimicking the market. All right, MRCY is another earnings play. MRCY, Mercy. I know it's Mercury. Um, yeah, no action at all in the pre-market. Uh, I had nothing. Had some action in after hours yesterday, but didn't do any trading at all in the pre-market. And then the market opens. This is the 9:30 candle. There's nothing before that. And just a boom on the way down. All right, I mentioned LIFW. This actually seems like it's sort of an earnings play. I don't know if they've released yet. We have during market hours. Very rare does a company release during market hours. During market hours, meaning between 9:30 and 4. Usually it's pre-market or after hours. But we have here November 8th market hours, so not sure they've released anything yet. This is at LIFW. Well, we're seeing some big rallies off the bottom here, guys. Look at eBay also. eBay. So there's eBay. We've got Sleep Number, SNBR. And there's Ari. Ari's even trying. Question in our YouTube room: what are the most important categories of filter selection intraday on trade ideas? Well, of course, it all depends on your trading style too. Okay, but I would say that if you're going to trade intraday, the relative volume filter probably is one of the ones that you should always be using. The relative volume filter will let you know stocks that are trading abnormally volume wise. Okay, and if you're trading intraday, typically you should be looking at stocks that are trading abnormally, right? Why get into something that's not trading abnormally? So I would say that the relative volume filter, you might want to, experiment, maybe a minimum of 3. And then after that, it's up to you. to choose a price range you like and a minimum volume that you like and all that. But as far as like one filter that I use in virtually every one of my scans, it will be the relative volume filter. Sometimes you might see it listed as current volume. So relative volume or current volume, you can try it as at 3 minimum. That means, for instance, right now, ARRY, ARRY, 16.33. What does that mean? That means up to this time of day, which is 9:45 Eastern time, this is trading 16 times normal. Normal, and this is not the exact definition, but close enough. Normal meaning what over the last 10 days was it trading up to this time of day? 9:45. So at this point, it's trading 16 times that. So that means, this is look at Life W now, guys. LIFW now. So that is one filter that I think universally would be used by anybody who's trying to look at stocks that are trading abnormally. Okay. And then after that, it's up to you what sort of minimum volume you want. You probably, yeah, you might want to have at least 100,000, 200,000. Remember, I mean, when I put 100,000 or 200,000, usually, I mean, when I look at a stock, it's going to be well over that. So look at Cava, guys. Cava now is almost a lifetime low, CAVA. Life W, absolutely. I think 2 days ago was a huge gapper. Yeah, huge gapper 2 days ago. Oh my goodness. Look at ESTA now, guys. Look at ESTA now. Did not take it. It was a little early, but look at it now. 1855. Tomorrow I'm going to do one in the first 15 minutes. So 1855 got down to 1779. Okay, there's your alert. Remember, these are ideas. So this is the 10-day daily breakdown. This is the first time there's wow, even look at Harry, 1531. That's the first time we had an alert for Harry. That's what the don't repeat DR means. And then look at Harry since then, 1531, 1466. All right. Well, there's another one, guys. Another earnings play, I believe. Yes. Earnings play released earnings after hours yesterday. Yes. This is SHLS. I mean, there's a low right there of 1431, and it's below that. It's basically right there. So I'm keeping an eye on this one. This one might be the one I'm going to take. No, SHLS. SHLS. I want to see if it can really take out this 1428 mark. SHLS, not SNL. And this is showing up again on my 10-day daily breakdown at 1431. No, it may not. It may, obviously, but that's why I have a price alert set right there. Okay, while I'm waiting to see if that happens, I'm going to, well, there you go. Okay, so it briefly did it. I'm just waiting again to see if it takes it out. Actually, it didn't take it out. Did not turn? Actually, it did. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It did turn, but it popped immediately. So again, understand how I use my price alerts. I get the alert. Don't pile into the trade just because I get the alert. I want to see how it's trading. And before I could even decide if I wanted to take it at 14.28, it popped up. So now I can wait again. Okay, guys, toast, T-O-S-T, T-O-S-T. Another one showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. Okay, you know what? I tried to get this at 13.90. I held it there, I swear, for about 30 seconds. Lots of shares available, 2.8 million are available to short at Interactive Brokers, but they would not fill me because of this uptick rule. So it might be a good thing or a bad thing, I don't know. The uptick rule meaning that if a stock is down over 10%, there has to be some trading normally, if you want to short something, you just go in at the bid. Assuming your broker has shorts available, you'll get a fill. But if a stock is down over 10%, there has to be some trading at the ask, and it goes back to the bid. But I obviously was in a big queue of others that wanted to short this at 13.90. I held it there for at least 30 seconds. Okay, Christine, I will not go against you. All right, NVOS. NVOS, is this an earnings play? It is not an earnings play, NVOS. Just a cheap one. It's got room. 295 is the next high looking left. Okay, well then I really hope it works out well for you. Okay, guys. Vintner, VTNR. Yeah, I know it's Vertex Energy. Well, I didn't know, but understand. I just make up these names. Maybe I shouldn't do that. But I call out the symbol VTNR. To me, that's coming into some resistance. VTNR coming into some resistance. Man, this is an ugly, ugly intraday trader, guys. TNON. Look at the last 3 days. Look at all these topping tails. I mean, at one point, the stock was up here, sellers knocked it down. Stock was up here, sellers knocked it down. Stock up here, sellers knocking it down. But more importantly, intraday, look at all these topping tails and bottoming tails. Really a tough intraday trader. I mean, where are you going to put your stop? Yeah, I don't see any news on NVOS either. Yeah, don't see anything on NVOS. Wow, look at LIFW again. Oh, so I don't know if they've actually released now. They say they were releasing mid-market, or not mid-market, but after 9:30 and before 4 o'clock. Look at this LIFW. Probably going to get halted again. Yeah, it's going to get halted again. I can almost for sure. How can you tell? Something that fast moving, there's no way that it's not, that first of all, the spread is, well, it could be a penny, but you could just see that it was stuck at 968, 969. Before you say, well, if you knew it was going to get halted, why didn't you buy it right there? Because I couldn't have. It was in the process of being halted. So now, rejected open could be 10. I didn't get LIFW. Yeah, there are no shorts for me either for LIFW at Interactive Brokers. All right, now SNNBR. Maybe this is a bit of a push down now. A little high up here of 1283. The VWAP is at 1126, so it's got some room down to the VWAP. Oh, where did I? Well, okay. I know you were in the pre-market, eyes, and it was in the pre-market. You could see, I mean, it was my pre-market scanning. You could see right here, right there. That's where I first saw it in the pre-market. And then after that, I mean, it would have been in the momentum scan. I don't know what the first time was, but absolutely, you would have seen it if you have my pre-market actives up. You would have seen it right there. Okay, and then it pulled back, but you would have seen it right there, and you would have thought, okay, this has got to be looked at again today. Well, now it's showing up in the momentum scan over and over and over again. I don't know where the first time. You can see it right there. I don't know where the first time was, but it certainly probably would have been here around 7. I'd have to scroll back. Give me a moment, guys. Ugh. Okay, so here's SHLS again, guys. Now, is this finally going to be it? Okay, let's see if this is finally going to catapult it down here. It is now through that low, 1431. It's tested it a few times, SHLS, and this is an earnings play. Wow, look at Ari. Sorry, look at Ari on that first alert at 1531, over a dollar now. Okay, let me just bring this up a little bit here. Take a look at some of these AI alerts. So there's the Fly W breakdown short. Unfortunately, I wasn't paying attention to any of these. Okay, Fly W breakdown short, 1294 on the alert, 1963 now, but it actually got down to 1852 before it popped up. So, if you took this one, you should have traded some out anyway. Come on, SHLS, take out 14. Oh, I'm sorry. That's not the one you're long. Christine, which one are you long? Oh, toast. Okay, good. Okay, good. Not the SHLS. Okay, working SHLS. Took a while before it took out 1430 in a bigger way, but looks like it's starting to work now a bit. Down to 1391. Maybe working with the SPY now. SPY's putting in a big red bar. Ooh. Okay, now I got to take a look at this SHLS. Where could it go before it hits that next low on the weekly? Yeah, so actually 1392. So I got to watch this area of 1392. This is back in July of last year. So that may, so just in case I've taken some off at 14, okay? In case that actually stalls it. So I've covered some of that SHLS right around 14, just in case that little low over here does in fact hold it up. That's at 1392. This is a giant red bar, guys. Giant red bar. So the Dow is still up. Nas is now down a bit. SPY is down a bit, basically flat. So that's a giant red bar. Meanwhile, Ari, oh, I guess that was really the one to take from here. Look at this, 1531, 1375. That is a big percentage drop. It had really no pull up at all. The next low on the weekly chart, if you took this one, is 1386. So it's a little bit below that now. The next low on the weekly chart is way down here at 1125. Wow. It's possible. I don't know. It's possible. The 10-year, are there any bidders? That's what Jamie used to say. Okay, guys, I'm completely out of the SHLS. It's, you know what? It's moving too much with the market, even though it's an earnings play on its own. But it's moving too much with the market. Look at that bottoming tail. And then SHLS. Look at the bottoming tail. Come on. See that bottoming tail right there? Look at the bottoming tail. Well, it was a bigger bottoming tail. So it's almost moving with the market, which I don't like. Even though it's an earnings play, should be trading more on its own, but it's not. So nothing great on that one. I was hoping when it broke down through 14, it would really crater, but nope. Oh, meanwhile, so LIFW had a huge, huge pop up, and now the big drop. And again, yeah, not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. So if I understand what you're saying, if I took SUNY, if I took LIFW, okay, and this is just again, this is just in the simulator. So let me buy 100 shares of it. Buy. And the spread isn't great, but this is just for, and I'll put a stop at 960. I'm 100% sure, well, 100%, but here's my stop. Now I can raise my stop like that. Is that what you mean? I can move it up or down. Is that what you mean? And that would reflect if you looked at the, I don't know, the orders, that should reflect moving it up and down. Is that what you meant? Well, okay. Let me do another one. Okay. I'll take this again. This again, just demonstration. Let's do 200 shares. I'm going to buy it, send it. Now I'm going to put the stop. What am I at? 956. I'm going to put the stop at 9. Okay, just to make sure I don't get stopped out immediately. So there it is on the chart. Let's take a look at the orders. Okay. $9 stop price right there. It says stop price $9. Okay. Let me move this now on the chart, move it up to 934. And now it's moved. Okay. To 934. Okay. So the answer is yes, you can adjust your, and it hit 934. So don't know how to help you then. I really don't. You saw what I did. I'll do it one more time. Wish, and again, I don't use Brokerage Plus at all, but let me do wish, 200 shares, buy it at the market, send it. Okay. I'll put a stop at, I don't know, 485, far enough away, 485, add that stop. It's showing up on the chart. Click on the orders. There it is. There's my stop at 485. Let me move it down. Move it down to 472. Let's see if that orders. Now it says 472. Move it up. 489, back up. Orders, 489. Don't know what to say. Looks like it's working exactly as it's supposed to. So you can adjust your stop on the chart, and it certainly will adjust in Brokerage Plus. Don't know what to say, Suni. You're going into the orders, right? And it's is the original sell order? Oh, okay. So it does work now. Okay, good, 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 good. Meanwhile, we'll get out of that trade, flatten it. So guys, it's 10:13. So I think what I'm going to do now is usually do this around 10:30, but I want to capture. We have quite a few new people in the room, I think. So I just want to capture this, them. Okay, so what I did is I put in a link called test drive. So for those of you who are new, excuse me, into the room today, we're in the middle, not in the middle, we're third day into our test drive. So there is still time for you to sign up for it if you want. Okay. You will not get 10 days. The test drive started on Monday and it's going to through the 20th. So the 6th through the 20th is 10 trading days. It did cost $11.11. It still costs $11.11. So what would happen is you would get the balance of today and then Thursday, Friday of this week, and then next week, Monday to Friday. So that will be 8.5 days, approximately eight full days. Okay. Not quite today because it's 10:14 right now, but approximately 8 full days. It will cost still $11.11. And what that means is you'll have access to our premium service. Okay, including the AI. This is what our AI looks like. You just have alerts coming in. How you trade them will be up to you. This is also open to our standard subscribers. So if you're looking maybe to try out our AI for the balance of today and until the 20th, you can do so. We'll upgrade you to our premium service. Okay. Now, please listen carefully. When the test drive is over, it's over. There's nothing to do. Okay. You don't have to unsubscribe from anything. We do not put you into a subscription. Okay. There's nothing to do. We don't put you into a subscription. So don't worry about that. Now, a few things though. If you're using our web-based version, things like this window here that we call Brokerage Plus, in which you can practice trading, is not available. So that's one important difference. If you don't care about practicing trading, then you'll have access to the AI and most of the features that are available in the downloadable application. But that's one main thing that is not available. We only do this about 3 times a year. So if you think it's worth it to spend $11.11 today to get the balance of today and 7 further trading days with trade ideas, go for it. Okay. We also are having a contest. Moment. A moment as I put in the contest link. Oh, just read it carefully. Okay, there's the contest. So you've got two you pick from, I guess, from the from the simulator. Either this one, the Portfolio Master, or the Power User. You can see what the difference is. One's a $1,700 gift card, one's an 1,100. Anyway, just read through it. It's a contest. Yes, there will definitely. My guess is that next week there will be a promo, okay? And it might be, don't quote me on it, but there might be a 30% off. And that'll be what we call early adopters. So, the test drive is for 2 weeks, but some people after a week might say, "Hey, you know what? I love the program. I want to take out a subscription now if you give me a good enough discount." And so it's possible. I don't know for sure. We did it the last time during the test drive. It was a 30% early adopter discount. Now that would be 30% off the first month only or the entire year. Okay. So if you want my layout, Ray and anybody else, if you want the layout that you see here, it look a little bit different. I think I had uh, yeah, I had the AI right here underneath, but I moved it, but it'll look essentially the same. This is the layout. Okay, that's the test drive layout. But I'm also using here. I'm just going to type in my homepage link. So on my homepage, if you click on my homepage link, a couple of things. Well, right at the very beginning, you will see there's a promo code. Okay, so if you want a subscription right now, you can't wait. There's a promo code you can use. But if you want to wait a couple of days, you'll probably get a better one next week. But you know what? If you want right now, go ahead, go for it. So there it is, Barry. 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. Okay. If you take out a subscription or you're going to take the test drive, please do the get started. I shouldn't say it like that. You must do the get started. It'll run you through your download and install, your first startup and login. I wouldn't look at doc layout necessarily, but important introduction to scans, top list windows, and alert windows. That's what we're all about. Okay. So at least do that. It'll take, if you looked at all these videos, it'll take you about 30 minutes for the 10 short videos. If you're new to trading, a lot of people are looking at trade ideas for the first time, but they're also looking at the market for the first time. Remember, trade ideas is a tool. It's not going to teach you to trade. It's a tool to help you, perhaps zero in on the stocks that are worth looking at, but you still have to have some trading experience. So we have this series of videos. It is free, Trading 101, and you can take a look at those. Stock of the day video that I do, you can sign up for that. It is free. Trade of the week, it is also free. You can sign up for it. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. Big education section is here. This is our user guide. Again, you don't have to learn everything that's in the user guide. Don't look at this and go, "Oh my gosh, yeah, I've got 10 days to learn all this." No, you don't have 30 days to learn it. You don't have to learn everything, okay? Getting started, what I would do is I would take a look a little more in detail about what an alert window is, how to create them, what a top list window is, the T window. You might want to find a little bit more about stock racing and price alerts. I use price alerts all of the time, but it's just like any other software program with a big manual. You don't have to learn everything. Okay. So do not get hung up on that. Again, there's that getting started series. Daily support session. So I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. This room is open like this Monday to Friday. I'm live on the mic, 9 o'clock to 3 o'clock Eastern time. This is not special for the test drive. This is the way it is all the time. Okay. And again, one of the other traders takes over for me though in our YouTube room. We have 5 traders, 5 days of the week. That's how it works. Today is Wednesday, so it should be Jamie. So before I take my break, I'll first of all confirm who's going to be. I'm pretty sure it's going to be Jamie. And then I'll also put the YouTube link in the main room so you can head over to listen to Jamie while I'm on my break. Before I get to my scans, so all I ask is this. If at some point in time you are going to take out a subscription, please use my promo code. This is a free room. We would love to keep it that way. The only way we keep it that way is if people take subscriptions using my promo code. And I'm not trying to tell people to take subscriptions right now. I'm just saying, like, whenever you do, if you do, just use my promo code. It will really help the room to keep it free. Okay. And all you have to do is save my homepage link or come into the room and see whatever promo code is there and then use it. It'll really help to keep the room free. Last, if you do click on my homepage link and you're looking for my scans, here they are. So yes, I do have a layout link that I created for the test drive. So you can take a look at that. But a lot of people don't want everything on that in my layout. You can pick and choose what you want. I have individual scans here that you can pick and choose from. This is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market act is up and down. You'll hear me refer to the halts resumes. You don't see it. It's on my other monitor. It looks like this when a stock is halted, and then when it resumes. This is the abnormal option activity scan right here. This is the momentum scan up here. This is the single stock window that I use. Single stock window, this is totally customizable. These are just filters that we have, and this is what I like to see. Okay, it may not be what you want. You might want more financial data. Yeah, I'm going to show you. We do have financial data. You want to see earnings per share. You want to see quarterly growth. You want to see cash to debt, things like that. If you're more into stuff like that, you can put that here. But this is what I like to see, and this is sort of at a glance. Every time I click on an alert, I immediately look over here. I want to check what the float is, what the relative volume is it an earnings play or not? I just quickly, and then I also want to see is a stock at an all-time low. So that at a glance is what I like to see. It doesn't have to be what you like to see, though. So I do have some other scans that I'm sharing. One that you cannot see, and I'm not trying to hide it. I just don't want to overwhelm the screen that I'm sharing with so many alerts. But this is the 10-day daily breakout and the 10-day daily breakdown. DR stands for the don't repeat. And the reason I do it that way is sometimes I miss, I miss an alert. So I want to check to see what has it done from that first alert. So I look at ARI as an example. The alert was at 9:30. The price was 15.31. At one point, it got down to 1375 from 1531. This is just going to show me the very first time we had the alert, and these are the ones on the way up. So I've individualized them. So this is what we call a window, a dock window. But you first of all, a lot of people might say, I don't care about the don't repeat. Fine. Some people say, I don't want a short. Fine. So you can pick and choose what you want. Okay. And again, you can ask questions all day long. That's why I'm here. Yes, I'm trading, but don't worry. If I'm in a trade that requires my 100% concentration, I'll certainly let you know. Now, by the way, Ray, there are other scans here. If you click on our toolbar and click on New, and then Dock Channel Bar, these are all theme-based channels. You can take a look at these also. Okay, so what we've really, and I'll go into this in a little more detail now. What we really tried to do, that if you don't want to create any of your own scans, of course, I'm sharing mine. If you go into the YouTube room between 12 and 1, the other, excuse me, the other traders have, just one moment, please. The other traders have scans that they share also. Okay, so if you don't want to create your own scans at all, more than likely from my scans, from the other traders' scans, from the scans you see here, more than likely there's probably something that meets your trading style, and you can always adjust them. And I'll show you what I mean. You know what's turning into maybe a good short here, guys, is this lemonade, LMND. Been watching this one. I have this one on a thumbnail chart. This is these are the charts that I'm kind of watching. Okay, off to one side, and I've had lemonade there for a while, LMND. But look what it's doing. Look what it's doing. It's getting below the lows of the last 2 days. There's the 200-day moving average down here. I mean, had the big pop on earnings, but you know what? It's really not holding. How to change the scale on the time frame? Okay, so again, left click on the chart. So Trade Ideas knows that you're in the chart. So left click on it. That's all I'm doing. And right there now, depending on what version you got, do you see a little clock? If you see a clock, then you're going to see the different time frames. Okay. If you don't see a clock, then right click and time frame. So if your chart has a clock, you just click on it, and here are the time frames here. So if I wanted to change that to a 5 minute, just click on 5 minutes, and now it's a 5 minute. Okay, but if your chart, and it depends, of course, on what version you're using. This I think is pretty universal though. If I'm in the chart, I want to change the time frame on, then I right click and go to time frame, then this pops up. Okay, Kevin. So did either of those two options work for you? Oh, you're talking about scrolling. Ah, okay, I misunderstood. So let's say I want to expand this chart more, okay? So again, I left click on the chart. Left clicking is just to let the system know what chart you're in, okay? You left click. Now keep the control key pressed down on your keyboard, okay? Keep the control key pressed down on your keyboard. And now with your scroll wheel on your mouse, now you can kind of scroll in and out. Sorry, I just did it to, okay, you can scroll in and out. Okay. Now, what is Trade Ideas? We are, look at this. This pros. I know I'm missing stuff, but that's okay. Um, we're a scanner. And there's a big difference between a screener and a scanner. Okay. There are a lot of screening programs that you can buy out there. Okay. Many, many, many. But what we are so good at is real time alerting, the scanning. So let me show you what I'm talking about. So in this scan that I call Momo, it's an alert window. You can see the A. Hopefully you can see the A. That means it's an alert window. So let's take a look at it. I right click, configure, and click on the summary. So in this scan, this is what I'm looking for. This is the screening aspect of Trade Ideas. Okay. So if the stock is between $1 and $100, current volume is at least three, meaning it's trading at least three times normal up to this time of day, 10:32 p.m. AM Eastern time. 100,000 shares minimum. This gives it the momentum. Okay. The volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal, and 5 minutes it's 400% of normal. So if all of these filter values are met, and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. Real, you better buy yourself. Okay. So that's why at 10, so the last alert that we got was at 10:27. It's 10:32 now at 10:27. So since then, there have been no stocks that have met all of these filter requirements and made a new high for the day. So that is what we are really, really good at. Okay. Now I'm going to show you, you can of course have different real-time alerts, but this is what I like to see in this particular scan. So if you looked at this scan and you thought, yeah, I really like the idea, but I don't like the price range, no problem. Just change the price range. I just left clicked on one of the icons, and you can see most of the filter values are now here. Okay, so there's the price, 1 and 100. So let's say I change it to 10. I click on the summary, you see now it's changed to 10. So you can take my scan exactly as it is, or you can, customize it to maybe a different price range. Maybe you want a different volume. Maybe when you get used to using Trade Ideas, maybe you see a filter that you'd like to add. Maybe you want to take one out. Up to you. Okay. So now, if you want to build your own scan, now again, there were some questions that came in yesterday, not in this room. I just saw into our general email. I should make this absolutely so clear. We're a scanner. Doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. You're going to hear me when I talk about this window called Brokerage Plus. You're going to hear me talk about Brokerage Plus and how you can use this window to trade if you actually have an interactive brokers account or an E-Trade account. But I think people misunderstand that. They think, oh, does that mean I have to have an interactive brokers account or an E-Trade account in order to use Trade Ideas? No, just that you have this little option. If you happen to have one of those two accounts, it allows you to trade from within Trade Ideas. That's all. Okay. So again, please listen. We're a scanner. Doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. Doesn't matter where you live in the world, you can use Trade Ideas. So if you do want to create your own scan, of course you can. I right click now, click on configure. And by the way, all this is in the guide. This is not meant for me to be teaching you, everything, all the aspects of trade ideas. I'm just trying to give you an overview. You can ask me questions, of course, but if you look at my homepage and go to the education section and then go to the guide, all of this is in the guide. You want to learn how to create an alert window. You want to learn how to, create a top list window, look at stock racing. It's all in the guide. So this is the scan, this momentum scan. But if I wanted to create my own scan, if I click on search this time instead of summary, click on search. So these are all of the real-time alerts that we've got right at the very top of the list, the new high of the day and the new low of the day, the two popular, excuse me, these are the two most popular real-time alerts that we've got. That's why they're right at the top. But of course, we have way more. I'm not going to go over any of these, okay? And if I scroll down here, keep scrolling, and when I see these icons, these are the filter icons. So again, if you're sitting there thinking, man, this is such a hard program to learn, how am I going to learn all these? Well, the good news is you don't have to learn them all, okay? There might only be a couple that are even interest you. Like me, I just care about the new high and the new low of the day. But maybe you want, the new 30-minute high, 30-minute low, new 5-minute high, new 5-minute low. Excuse me. If you scroll through, you might see something that you recognize. Say, wow, I wouldn't mind trying that. But you don't have to learn them all. The only reason we have so many is that when the company started over 20 years ago, they thought that most people would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. Okay. So that's the only reason we have so many, all sorts of different trading styles out there, thousands of customers have to have a lot of different real-time alerts and filters to satisfy the majority of our customers. Okay. So don't get hung up on that. No, Interactive Brokers is totally separate. You have to sign up. Um, You have to take out a subscription to Interactive Brokers through Interactive Brokers. All we do is we can link with them, okay? But you have to take out a subscription with Interactive Brokers through Interactive Brokers, okay? And that's with any broker. Your first step is, to find a broker you like. But if you want to practice trading, let me get out of this. If you want to practice trading, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to move this back up here. Give me a moment, guys. I just want to adjust this window a little bit. Okay, there we go. So this window here is what we call Brokers Plus, okay? And this is how you can practice trading. You don't even need a broker, okay? It uses our look at the CPNG. I know I'm missing things, guys, but that's okay. I think the CPNG is probably an awesome one. I see that it showed up on my 10-day daily breakout here or down here at 1554, right at 9:30, 1528 now. Yeah, unfortunately, Janice, we do not have, believe it or not, I know, we don't have EMA. You can put EMAs on your chart, but we do not have any filters for EMAs. If you want, you can go to support at trade-ideas.com and ask why not. Okay. So if you want to practice trading, well, first of all, okay, if you want to use this window to trade from within trade ideas, yes, you can. If you have an interactive brokers account or an E-Trade account, okay? If you have an IB account or an E-Trade account, doesn't mean you have to use this window, but it is there. It's an option. It's a feature if you do want to use it. I say it like that because I think people misunderstand that also. Well, I have an IB account. Does that mean I have to use this? No, you don't have to. Give me a moment, please. All right, guys, I'm back. Okay, so again, I'm sorry, guys. So yeah, if you want to use this window to trade, I put the Brokerage Plus link in there. There's a short video that shows you if you have an IB or an E-Trade account, how you can use it to trade. The longer video goes into more detail. But how I like to demonstrate though this is using it as a simulator. It uses our real-time data. So again, you don't need a broker. And so if you're so unsure about who your broker is going to be, but you want to practice trading, you can do so during this test drive, of course. And then if you decide you want to become a subscriber later on, all you need is our standard service in order to practice trading. Okay. Yeah, you'd have to. I mean, if you go to Investopedia, Shaw, the difference between the EMA and the SMA, I mean, one's exponential, one is simple. I think the exponent, I don't use EMA, but it's sort of a faster average. I think probably people might use that a little more intraday than SMA, but your best bet is to go to something like Investopedia, and it'll give you a very, very clear definition. Okay, just one is faster than the other. What was the first alert for TH? Okay, let's see. Um, well, okay, I can't tell you exactly. I mean, I had an alert here. Was a short 1429. Okay, this is in the abnormal option scanner. I'm not saying though any other filter wouldn't have shown it earlier or other scan, but for me, I don't think not now. Well let me find out. I don't know if Chris is doing that right now. I thought he did it after 3 o'clock, but I may be wrong. Just ask him. The problem he has is that he has a lot of support issues he has to deal with all day long. And so I'm not 100% sure he can Zoom. Excuse me right now, but I just asked the question and see if he is. Thank you, dip buyer. So I'm gonna post that, Shaw. This is what somebody said in our other room. Okay. EMA puts more weight and importance on the last periods than SMA that is more of an average. Okay. Ooh, way back when is the trading room activity recorded and available for viewing later? Yes, I think so. It's on our websites, somewhere. It's in our YouTube area. But I mean, understand this is going to be 6 hours long, actually 7 hours long, because William keeps the room open until 4. So I'm not sure that that is really what you want. You're not zooming now, are you, Chris? Somebody. Oh, you are. Okay. I guess he is. It is open. Okay. I thought maybe you had just too much going on in terms of support to also zoom. Okay, guys. I think the questions, am I all caught up? If I haven't answered a question, please just either just repost it. I think I'm all caught up on all the questions in both rooms. Okay, I'm just looking at some of my somebody mentioned New York Times and NYT. This is an earnings play. Yeah, nice one. Now this might be coming into resistance. I mean, here you look here on the weekly 45.30. I mean, that might stall it. All right, take a look at this Arvin, guys. ARVN. Now, not a ton of volume. This is another scan that I really haven't paid that much attention to. We're in earnings season, and there's just so many earnings plays. But this is what I call a daily reversal. So you can see, if you can see my daily chart for ARVN, you can see it had a nice up day yesterday, but today it's taking out the low, and so this could be a daily reversal. 1662. What's the low here? Yeah, I mean 1662, if it takes that out, could get it moving down close to that 16 level. So I'm going to put a price alert right there at 1662 for ARVN and see if it takes that out. Not a lot of volume though. Well, actually, it just picked up. It just picked up. Look at that volume bar that just happened. 200,000 shares. Okay, now I should talk a little bit about my abnormal option activity scanner. Okay, I don't trade options, but as an intraday trader, I'm always, of course, wanting to find the stocks that are behaving abnormally. So The obvious one is somebody asked in our YouTube room, if you're going to construct a, if you are going to, if you want to be an intraday trader, a day trader, what is an important filter to use? Well, this is probably the most important, the relative volume filter. Why do you want to trade something that is not trading abnormally? It's not all about the volume. I like to pick on Apple, but might say, wow, but look at this. Apple's trading 16 million shares. I better get into that. Why? It's moved like 0.51%. Now, if that's what you're looking for, you can find a way to trade Apple, fine. But that doesn't interest me at all. Okay. I'm looking for things that are having some decent percentage moves. So the fact that Apple is trading 16.5 million shares, that's irrelevant. It's only a little bit above normal, 1.1 times normal. So what I'm looking for, that's so using that relative volume filter and putting maybe a minimum of say 3 in it, you're going to start to see stocks that are trading abnormally, volume wise. Let's take a look at WBD as an example. There's WBD, Warner Brothers, on the way down, 7 times normal volume. That is a big float. 2.2 billion in the float. That's a big, big move for that float, 16%. That is a big, big move. But another way to find stocks that are trading abnormally is to look at their option volume. Again, I don't trade options, but if I look at WBD, the option volume today is 140,000 contracts. That is 268% of normal, okay, or 2.6 times normal ratio wise, okay? So it is trading, not only is it trading abnormally volume wise, but it's also trading abnormally option wise. Another way to find stocks that are trading abnormally. So in this particular scan that you're seeing here, the abnormal option activity scanner, there are some other filters in place, but two of the minimums is that it has to be trading at least 500 contracts, okay? And it has to be at least 1.5 times normal. Now, what's normal? You look at the average number of contracts over the last 10 days, and that is sort of the baseline. So in this particular case, it's 2.6 times whatever that average was over the last 10 days. If you see it in brown, the way I've color coded this, this is a suggestion to short. And if you see it in light blue, it's a suggestion to go long. This is what we call a multi-strategy window. What that means is that I have got two different alert windows in here. One is moving higher with unusually strong options volume, 1.5 times normal, color coded with light blue, and the other one is moving lower and color coded in brown. Okay, that's what we call a multi-strategy window. And the usual use of a multi-strategy window is for people that don't have a lot of screen space. Maybe you're only dealing with one monitor, you've got a few alert windows, and they're taking up space. So you can create what's called a multi-strategy window and put alert as many alert windows as you want, within reason. I mean, into this multi-strategy window. Now, what I do though is I don't have screen space is not an issue, but what I like to do is group similar scans into a multi-strategy window. And obviously these are similar, one's moving higher, one's moving lower, but it's all to do with options. That's what I like to do. Now, if you looked at this and you thought, you know what, I don't really care about ever going short. I don't want to go short. And you had this one. If you took this from me, all you have to do is this. You just have to uncheck. See, the minute you uncheck it, okay, and then I don't want to do that, of course, but you can just uncheck it. What a lot of people do is they might have a big multi-strategy, a multi-strategy window loaded with a lot of alert windows, and then they, on any given day, they might just check the ones they want to use. So Max P, it's one of my own scans. Okay, so the question in our YouTube room, it's one of my own scans, and in order to find it, Just click on my homepage link. I just put my homepage link in, and you'll be at the top here. Just scroll down until you see my scans, right? That center section. Click here, and there it is, abnormal option activity. And all of my other ones. You know, as I said before, in our YouTube room, somebody else takes over for us, for me, between 12 and 1. All the traders and the other 5 that will take we all have different trading styles. This is my style, but there are all sorts of different trading styles. So, they'll have scans that they're willing to share, of course, but we all have different trading styles. AIJ, hello. And by the way, yeah, if you're anybody who's new to the room, welcome to the room. Again, I should always reiterate, this is the format of the room every day. Well, not every day, Monday to Friday. Don't come here on Saturday or Sunday. Okay. Monday to Friday. I'm live on the mic at 9 o'clock. I go to at least 3 o'clock and all times Eastern. I will stay later if there are some questions, but William will keep the room open in the main room until 4 or sometimes 4:15. Um, okay. And he'll let us know if he's going to do that. I'll let you know. But on the mic between 9 and 3. And again, you can ask me questions all day long. Well, look at Robin Hood here, guys. Robin Hood's an earnings play, almost at a lifetime low. I guess the lifetime low is down here, 752. Yeah, back to a bit of a choppy, bit of a choppy market again, guys. Oh, look at Real here. Didn't even realize he was in our AI. Now, just a word about the AI. You can use this like a watch list. Okay. I think people get way hung up on well, first of all, to load this window, and I think that's all you need. Okay. I wouldn't use the channel. I think the channel overwhelms you with information. All you really need is this window here. And in order to have this window, again, I'm sharing my layout, but if you don't care to have my layout, all you have to do is click on new from our toolbar, new, and then where it says premium AI strategy trades window. Okay. Premium AI, excuse me, strategy trades window. So this is the window that you'll see. And you can incorporate it as part of your layout. And so tomorrow when you load trade ideas, the earliest alert you'll get would be at 9:40. You can see there was one right at 9:40. That's the earliest. It does not work in the pre-market, doesn't work after hours. And there's nothing for you to do. When I say that, there's no adjustments, there's nothing for you to do. Wait for the alerts to happen. Okay? You don't have to do anything. Now, when you get an alert, you don't have to take the trade right away. I never, ever, ever take a trade, without checking the chart. What do I see? Do I like what I see? What's maybe the market doing? Am I going against the market? And if I had seen this at 198, two things for me. I would have let it break two. Number one, always break that whole number. So I would have given up 2 or 3 cents. You cannot get hung up on that. Okay. Here's a stop. There's a stop. So it's all kind of laid out for you. How you trade it will be up to you. Well, the AI size is it should be in tools, and then options, and then AI trade size. Now, the smart risk levels, are you talking about here? Sorry, let me bring up another one. VTEX. Are you talking about the smart stop? But anyway, here's how you can control. Oh, I see. Okay. Tools, options, and then AI trade size. So you can say, okay, every trade in the AI. I mean, again, this is in the simulator. Understand, I'm not trading the AI automatically. I never ever auto trading. I don't auto trade. Never will auto trade. I suggest nobody auto trades. Okay. Okay. But you can have your pick. You can say, okay, every trade, take 4,000, $5,000 a trade, or 200 shares a trade, or put a risk of $100 a trade. In other words, if the trade doesn't work, the most I want to lose is $100. Up to you. I wouldn't use the 200 shares per trade because I don't know. To me, it means I would probably. I'm using 5,000. Just I will flip around. I don't think it's a good practice, though, just to take the same number of shares per trade. And my guess is that a lot of these are going to be earnings plays. The AI seems to shine better during earnings season. That's where you get these moves. So that's an earnings play. Fly W. Let's take a look at KNF. November 6th pre-market. So, very close to an earnings play. I think real got an earnings play today. Yeah, earnings play today. Shop. I know that was a very recent earnings play. So that's November 2nd. So it's a little bit of ways ago. You look at Shop though. I mean, this is really, it's been holding its gains after earnings. Let's take a look at MASI, another earnings play. And I know TH is an earnings play. So I mean, so this, L obviously was a suggestion to go long. That wouldn't have worked. But here's the deal, as I did a video on this yesterday. So what happens though if maybe later on in the day, I mean, this is still a positive earnings trade play, right? It's still up for the day. So what happens if it gets back up to 1485? So put an alert there. Okay? Put an alert there because yes, if you took this long at 1485, I mean, I'd be out of it. I wouldn't wait for a stop way down here at 1313, but you would, excuse me, I would be out of it now. But you know what? If this comes back up to 1485, this might get it rolling again. Look at it this way. Maybe the market influenced it. On the way down, maybe what the market is doing. What if the market all of a sudden turns around and this starts to move higher? So these can be used like a watch list. You can trade around a lot of these alerts, a lot of these price ranges. Can I take a look at CDIO? Yeah, I mean, CDIO was, to me, it's just way too choppy, as you said. And the volume is incredible. 57 million, 7.9 million in the float. It's had a great run since, well, since here, 20 cents. Wow. 20 cents on October 30th. Okay. So up to the high of the day was 183. But you're right, very, very choppy. Like, where are you going to put your stop? You get into this trade, where are you going to put your stop? And it's right at the 200-day moving average again. Boy, oh boy, look at this one. I'm missing some of these. Riley. Look at Riley now from my 10-day daily breakdown. Riley. So there was your alert at 11:01 just 5 minutes ago. There was the price at 28.96. It did get down to 28.52, a little pop, but where could it go before it hits that 27.19 is the next low looking left. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but the way I trade is I'm always looking left. I'm always looking left to see if I'm shorting where the next low is, and if I'm going long where the next high is. That that gives me an idea about where it could stall. Doesn't absolutely mean it's going to stall there. It doesn't mean it's going to get down there. And remember, this program is called Trade Ideas. They're ideas. Okay, that's what they are. Doesn't mean when you get an alert, I mean, you create your own scan or you're looking at these and you say, well, I can't take that one. I can't take that one. Well, the idea is you have to have some idea about how to trade. Okay, and that's the whole thing about clicking on an alert. How awful is this? I don't even know why this is showing up. Wow. Yeah, right. 330. It doesn't even look like it's traded. I guess at the very beginning. That's 7:30. I don't understand this. Anyway, I picked the wrong one, but, you have to have an idea about how to trade. For instance, I would not take this trade, NFE, because I look left and I see a high right over there at 31.05. The price is 30.88. For me, that's too close. I want to see when I look left, I want to see, and of course, it depends on the price of the stock. If I'm looking at a $30 stock and the next high I see is like a 30.20, I won't take the trade. But if the next one was, maybe 31 or 32, certainly becomes something that I'm interested in. But if it's a $1 stock and the next high is 20 cents away, okay, it becomes something I'll look at. So it really, really depends on, man, how good this is. Look at this, 28.96, $28 now. Wow. So a lot of these yesterday, mainly on the short side, guys, even though the market was up yesterday. Now, I mean, the market is down a little bit today, but somebody asked, I mean, if I had to pick between one of these two to use, it would always be the breakdown instead of the breakout. I just find the breakdowns break down a lot more than the breakouts break out. Because they work for it, because I just see bigger moves. It's not, I don't have a bias. Okay. I don't have a bias. It's just that, over the course of time using these, I've just found that the breakdowns break down a lot more than the breakouts move higher. Okay. It's not that I'm biased one way or the other. Even before that, Mr. Two, even before that, as I sort of explained to you yesterday, I mean, especially if a stock is near the low, its all-time low. I'm not saying that you'll get like look at SNBR today. I mean, that I'm surprised at that one. I have to admit, I thought SNBR once it broke down through 10, this was an all-time low down here. I thought, man, this could really start to move, and for whatever reason, it decided to pop. Okay, I just find that stocks that are being beaten up either because of earnings or bad news. Sure, there will be people who will step in and try to find a bottom, but I find that more people perhaps try to find tops. Think, you know what, this stock has gone parabolic. I think that's enough. I'm going to short it. I may be wrong. Okay, I may be completely wrong, but that's just kind of my way of thinking. Because especially if a stock's at an all-time low, you got to think, well, man, why am I going to like? Who's going to be the first one to take a swing at it when it's at an all-time low? Whereas when something has gone parabolic high, it's probably a lot of people look at that and go, that's enough, and then short it. Could always keep going higher later. I mean, we can just even go and look at all these versus all these. I mean, doesn't mean again, these are ideas, but if I looked at all these and looked to see did they really move, I'm almost guaranteed none of them moved as far up as these moved down. Now, also look how many alerts I get, not many. And the reason being, using this relative volume filter, one of the values I've got in here for the relative volume filter is 8. You know, other filters in here also, but that filter is the one that prevents a lot more alerts happening, which is what I want. I really just want to see the ones that are trading very abnormally. Oh man, earnings, guys. We got to take advantage of this. We have another couple of days, and then next week we've got about 250 companies releasing earnings. This week we've got getting this. So, I mean, that's big 2 weeks. And then, no, that was me. That was my fault. That was a catch in my throat. Hopefully, we're back to normal in terms of the audio. All right, guys, 11:16. So in about 45 minutes, I will be taking my break. Jamie should be the one in our YouTube room. I will confirm that before I do take my break. Did I do any trades today? I just did one, the SHLS short. It was okay. It wasn't anything great. I would love to have been in a couple of the ones from my breakdown, but I was busy explaining things, and so I couldn't really get involved. But I did take one, the SHLS, as a short. Again, nothing fabulous, but made a little bit. I'm just kind of watching now to see if there's anything that really interests me. See, the real looks to me like there could be a lot of resistance, right around a little over 220. What good volume though, great volume. But if you look at this daily chart, could be, around 223-ish. Now this one could be interesting. Fly W, just underneath 20. To me, a hugely psychological number. What did it get down to? 1856. So I don't have that. I don't have that one. That might have been Jamie, who's going to be in our YouTube room in about 40 minutes. I don't have that. You're not going to find it anywhere. I think that's just a scan that Jamie might have created. So he'll be in our YouTube room in about 40 minutes. Okay. Because that sounds like something that he looks at. It's not hard to create, but he probably has. But I'm sure he has something. In fact, I wonder if Jamie's listening. If Jamie sometimes listens to me. If he's listening, he could paste that into the YouTube room, and if he does, I will. So, Jamie, I don't know if you're listening, but somebody's looking for a compare count window. The big cap movers upside greater than 4 billion versus the downside greater than 4 billion in a compare count window. Sounds like something you would have done in the past. Is there a way to upload a screenshot to this chat? I know some people do it. Don't ask me how. Now, if it is something to do with a scan, if you're trying to like show me a picture of a chart, okay, and you're looking for a scan based on that, I may not be the right person, okay, but what you can do is send it to support at trade-ideas.com. I know, if that is the question. Seas, guys, SEAS. This is also an earnings play moving down. So that was positive. That was quite positive, up to 50.08. And now look at this. Look at Seas on the way down. Real, did that show up on any one of your scans? Seas? I see it's breaking down through a channel, and this is SEAS. Okay, that's an easy one. So if you right click on any chart, okay, right click on any chart and go to properties, and this box will pop up. And at the very, very bottom, it'll say show smart risk levels and check it. If most of the time you want to go long, then just keep it like that, and you'll see long is automatically checked. So what that means is if you go what the what the smart risk level is all about, or smart stop level, is that excuse me, they're suggesting that if you took this trade right now, SCAS on a long at 47.03, you put your stop here. Again, this is a suggestion, 46.20. Okay. And then the target, no big deal. The target is just double the distance between, like, if you look at this red shaded area, that green area is double that shaded area. That's all it is. So again, if you want to have that smart stop on your charts, just right click, go down to properties, the box will pop open, and right at the very bottom, show smart risk levels. Okay? Was that your question? Because that was easy enough. Let me know if that worked. Did that work? Yeah, exactly. You were able to explain it. And just a general statement, if you're wondering how this smart stop level is created, again, it's a guide, okay? But um, I don't know the exact definition anymore. I don't think it really matters. Well, I suppose it can matter, but I think it takes the volatility of 15-minute candles, the high and the low of the day, feeds those numbers into the system, and it generates the smart stop. Okay. Now that smart stop will change. I mean, if I click on Pixie right now, PIXY, So there's a smart stop. It's saying at just around $7. Okay, a suggestion. Now, if Pixie now that was at 775, but if Pixie goes up back up to 850 and I click on it, that smart stop level will go higher. Okay, it always gets adjusted. Now, you if you want to obey your smart stop, that smart stop is generated when you take the trade, the price you take the trade at. Okay, and hopefully that makes sense. So of course that's going to change because remember, it's all to do with the volatility of the 15-minute candles, the high and the low of the day. So of course that number will change depending on where you click, what price you click on. Okay, guys, see 11:27. I'm just going to confirm it's going to be Jamie. And if he actually confirms it, maybe I'll just ask him for the link if he's got that link, okay, for the small for the 4 billion compare count. Okay. I'm just going to ask him. Maybe he can just put this in here right now. Yes, I was able to answer his question. Okay, so yeah, so who asked that question? AIJ or ALJ? I don't know. Is it ALJ or AIJ? He's going to get me the link, okay, for that. What you were looking for, the big cap movers, and then I'll paste it in for you. So can you still hear me, ALJ? Only takes the stock the first time, Gus. Okay, only takes the stock the first time. So for instance, I mean, if eBay, if you had an alert, if you were back testing this and eBay showed up at 11:29, that's the only time you'll see it in your when you do the back test. If it made another new high at 11:34, you won't see it again. It'll only do it one time. Don't know why. Soon, that's a question you can ask. Maybe you can ask Jamie. Again, I don't use Brokerage Plus at all. Like, so some of these questions, there must be a reason why it's disabled. That might be in the simulator. You might be able to use it if you're connected live. Okay, Al, Al J, are you still around? This is the scan you were looking for. Okay, I'll just call it the large cap scan or large cap compare count window. Okay, if you're still in the room, there it is. It's only going to no, you cannot define the entry at which time, Gus. It'll just look at the very first one. Okay, the first time you get an alert when you're back testing a strategy, it'll only look at the very, very first time. You cannot say, well, the fifth time it made a new high, take it. No. Okay, so the question in our YouTube room is basically how to create a dock window. Okay, so I will show you Max very quickly, but also because I don't expect anybody to remember everything I say. That's why we've got a great guide. Okay, so again, I put in my homepage link, click on my homepage link, and scroll down until you see the education section. Go to the user guide, expand this a little bit, excuse me, and dock windows. Where's dock window? Docking. Okay, docking. So yes, I will go over it, but as a reference, just have to go to docking. Okay, in the user guide. So the question is, how do you do something like this? Okay, you notice this is what we call a dock window. I've got these four charts in here, as opposed to these, which I have free floating. Okay, so how do you do this? So this is how you do it. Okay, I'm watching. Just give me a moment here. I'm just watching eBay to see if it has any sort of a lift from here. Okay, so there you go. Pepe's answering you way better than I could have. So this is what you do. You start off with new docked window. Okay, give it a name. Now, I start off all my dock windows with dock because when I do a file search, I can just type in dock and I'll see all my dock windows. That's what I do. But I'll just call it test. Okay. So there's a dock window called test. Let's say I wanted to put this one in the dock window. So I go to my scan, or you can put top lists and charts but I'll look at this multi-strategy window, right click, duplicate into test. That's why you give it a name. So here it is. Okay. Next, go to the momentum scan. Right click, duplicate into test. Here it is. Now, most of the time, You can keep them like tabs, so you can kind of go back and forth between the tabs. But most of the time, people want to see, this all the scans. So what you do is this. Here's how, and this is the tricky part. So you imagine if I had a bunch of alert windows and charts, you're going to have to rearrange them the way you want. So basically, you grab the top. See what happens? I by grabbing, I left clicked on the header right there. And the minute I do that, this icon pops up. Okay, with a right, left, top, bottom. I pick where I want it. So if I pick the bottom and release it, now it's going to be at the bottom. If I want it to be to the side, I grab it again and the icon pops up. That'll be to the side. Now here's where people get into trouble. They grab it, and then they release it accidentally without allowing that icon to show up. Okay. And then all of a sudden it becomes a free floating window. You go, oh no, what did I do? Don't panic. Just grab it again. Okay. And then the icon will pop up again and you can put it where you want. That's typically what happens. So sometimes, people grab and then it becomes a free floating window and they're wondering, well, how did I do that? So, I mean, it's a little bit tricky, but that's what you do. So Max, did that help? Just need an answer. Can always go over it again, but I just want to know if that helped, if that made sense. Did I go too quickly? So the big thing is to create it and give it a name, and then you can go to your different windows that you've got, scans or single stock window, or I can do the same thing, duplicate into test. Here's my single stock window now. I can put it where I want it. How to resize it? You just grab, if you're talking, just grab it to one side. So when I say grab, so once that icon changes from the pointer to that, then I hold my left click on my mouse, and then I just scroll up, down. If I want to move it this way, go over to this side. When it changes to that icon, left click. Okay. Okay. You mean here? You just like any scan you've got. If you just go, so for instance, price. If I want to shrink that price down, okay, I just go to the left-hand corner. Notice how my pointer is changes once I hit the corner. Okay, once I hit that corner of price, then I left click and I can start to drag it over. Time, same thing, a left click and it'll drag over. Don't think you can do it. You can't do it you cannot shrink this. Yeah, you can't shrink a roll, okay? A row. Now, if you want to create a smaller font, you can. Okay, you can create a smaller font if you want, but you cannot take this row and just try to make it a little bit smaller. No. Now, this is why I said give it a name that I like starting it with doc, because now if I file load from cloud and I can, in the search, I can just type in doc and here are all, but here are all my docked windows. Okay. These are all the dock windows that I've created in the past. Okay. That's why I like to name it starting with doc. You don't have to, of course, but it's just the way I like to do it. Hey, no problem, Max. All right, guys, it's 11:42. So now I don't know if he may have left. Just we're looking to see if AIJ or ALJ left because I put the link in for him, but he may have already left. Okay, did you see the link? Oh, okay, good, good. Algae. Could be algae. Yeah, I guess that makes sense because if it was an I, everybody wants to be an AI these days, so that's why I thought, well, maybe you're AIJ. Okay, guys, let's see. Warby. Warby now. WRBY. This is not quite a lifetime low. Okay, let's see if real stalls right here. Right, NFE is on the move here. Has some room. NFE has some room. It's an earnings play, of course. Has some room. 3173 is the next high looking left. That was a 10 in trading. Last time I looked at it, was really super choppy, but let's see how it's trading now. I guess better on that 15. Held the high up here. Just earlier though, just really tough to position size, in my opinion, anyway. Yeah, well, it's got room. I mean, let's take a look here. I think the next high in the weekly chart is 334-ish, 323. Yeah, I'm going to put an alert at 3:30, right around 3:42. I don't think it'll happen today, and it may never happen. But if it does, you can just see, look at the room it's got. If it can take out all of this. Okay, guys. So I am going to put the YouTube link in the main room now. Jamie is not there yet, but he'll be in our YouTube room in about less than 15 minutes. So I'm just going to put the YouTube link in so you can head over and listen to Jamie when he's there. Jamie style, he doesn't mind my saying this. Jamie is more of a scalper. Now he does do we'll call traditional type trading too, but he is a real scalper. So if you're into taking a whole bunch of shares and trying to get 3 or 4 cents out of it, you can head over and listen to Jamie. He does do other things. I mean, don't get me wrong. He does other things, but all right, let's see if this NFE can hold this area and move from here. This is in my option scanner. It's trend is still up. It's an earnings play. Did LIFW, did they actually release earnings today because they said they were? Because our provider has them down to releasing earnings sometime during the market hours, which is very rare, of course. I don't see that they have. So you got to be careful if they do. All right, guys, I'm just watching some of my thumbnail charts. I don't really see too much happening, but all right, now there's Arvin. ARVN. Now, is it going to move down? I don't like the spread. 1665, 1673. A little, what's the volume like? Pretty good volume. 500,000, 5.5 million. What this is looking at is a daily reversal. Just don't know how dynamic it's going to be. All right, NFE is maybe trying to come back again. It's in my option scanner. We'll pull back here, big bottoming tail now. Maybe it gets back up to this level. Again, it's in my option scanner. The original alert happened at $31, so it hasn't moved that much from the 31, of course. That's why I like to see this. So this is the don't repeat version of the option scanner, okay? I can kind of go back in time and say, okay, what happened from that alert? And that's what kind of drew my attention to the NFE 1103 really hasn't moved much. It's 1151 now. So it really hasn't moved much. So it could be just resting for a while. It is an earnings play. It got through that high yesterday of 3105, and the next high is 3178. So it certainly has some room to run if it wants to. The volume's okay, 1.9 million, four times normal, and it's an earnings play. Riven, my goodness, yeah, Riven was a big earnings play. Well, big one. I mean, a lot of people know Riven, Rivian. Okay, Riven. I just think I say Riven, but Rivian, yes. Yeah, look at this. I mean, look at this earnings play. Night up to 19, almost, well, not a little over 19, back down to about 17. And the next low looking left is around 1661. If it takes that out, wow, 1587. So it's got some room. If it does take that out, what did it get down to today? I think it actually got down there. 1662. And it got down. Oh, look at that. I mean, look how that, it's amazing, isn't it? I mean, that literally the low today is 1662. Look at the low of 4 days ago, 1662. So I know it sounds crazy every time I say look left, look left, look left, but it is amazing how, even just one day of a low can stall it for a while. So I'll see what happens if it challenges it again. I don't think it might. I think it might be, but if it isn't an all-time low, if Lucid is not an all-time low, yes, it is. Lucid is an all-time low. LCID, all-time low on earnings. Just take a look at this monthly chart. Imagine having this one up here at $65 and even a little later at $57. Okay, guys, I'm just going to put my announcement in. I'm still here until Jamie shows up, but I just want to put my announcement in on a break. Back around 1 p.m. ET. Okay, so I'm just waiting for Jamie to show up. And I put the YouTube link. Here's the YouTube link. You want to head over to YouTube when I take my break, and Jamie will be there. Right there. There's the YouTube link. Okay. It's amazing that I'm taking my Spanish lessons every time now. So DAR, to give. Anyway, DAR, earnings play. Wow, this could be interesting. DAR, 42.77, 42.81. The next low is looking left. Takes those out. The next low is, say, around 41. So it has a little bit of room to the 41 level. Actually, that's got, yeah, so that's $2. So almost $3, right? $2, almost $2 to the next low looking left for DAR, earnings play. And I just heard a little ping. That means Jamie is there. So, guys, I'm going to put myself on mute, okay, in the main room. Jamie is in our YouTube room right now. So, I'm going to put myself on mute and just say hello to Jamie. Hello, Jamie. And he didn't answer. Have I got the room on mute again? Nope. Jamie.
That was my bad. I forgot to hit the last little button there.
Well, yesterday was my bad. I was trying to listen to Michael and I had the room on mute. So I thought, oh, well. So anyway, I built you up as the master scalper again. So
Oh, and look, right at the witching hour, SPY hitting low.
yes.
I
Yeah.
mean, come on. I mean, this range is just simply pathetic.
Mm-hmm.
Any,
Yeah, it is.
in any case, let me grab the screen here before I forget.
Sure.
Do-do-do-do-do. Okie dokie. I think you should have eyes on Moy now.
Look at all those beautiful scans you've got. And yeah, like lows, like highs, turbo breaks, up and down.
And Barry,
Option plays.
I've really been enjoying this window because, well, for obvious reasons. But when you see the same tickers hitting highs and lows and coming through here,
Mm-hmm.
some of those are good.
Yeah, no
I really
kidding.
thought Hood was gonna take a header today, so I just kind of was in and out of it, but couldn't release just like anything else out there. Um,
Yeah.
but anyway, what are you gonna do? You gotta take a stab.
You got
But
to take a stab and try,
before
have a
I l-
stop, get out, and that's it. Move on.
before I free you, um, my compare count window, whoever was asking for the big cap
Yes.
movers, this was straight up 50-50 after the first 15 minutes, which when you see that, you're like, oh, I better not get too aggressive, right?
Yeah.
And that's exactly what we've been presented with in the market thus far. Now, I mean, these volume levels are pathetic, so I would just expect more choppy. But hey, everybody's thinking we could easily gravitate back down to somewhere here, but
Mm-hmm.
there's no pep in the step today.
Pep in the step. I like it. Oh
Okay,
yeah.
sir. Well, I know you got things to do, Barry.
I do
Um,
have things to do.
mhm.
So thanks for taking over, and I'll see you in about an hour.
Sure thing. All righty.
Okay.
Bye
Bye.
bye. All right, ladies and gents, welcome to my desktop. I'm assuming everybody can see and hear okay. So I always lose my pen. Where did it go? There it is. Okay. All right. So hi, everybody. Just use the questions panel if you do have a question about the software, or perhaps you'd like me to take a look at a chart and I can use my rudimentary technical abilities to do that for you. Um, so have I missed anybody yet? How do I get a copy of my setup? So Jason, are you just talking about this layout in general? Because the easiest way to do it would be, well, I could give you the whole layout, but what you're going to run into with some of these windows is I'm using custom lists for some of these windows here, my favorites, which are also tied to this window. So if I did send you the layout, then the following windows would not have data. This one, that one, and this one, because they're all pointed to custom lists. Now, having said that, you could easily use these windows for your own, little universe of stocks that you like to keep an eye on. And boy, let me tell you, just like magic, when the New York lunch hour hits, boom, this thing is doing what I thought it might do after we got this little head bump up here. We're probably going to see, I would think, at least a minimum down to yesterday's lows. Volume's still not really off the charts or anything, but hey, doesn't necessarily have to be high volume to take a little tour down here. Okay, Jason, so does that mean you would like me to send you the layout and then you can create your own custom lists for these 3 windows here? If so, I'll be happy to drop that cloud link in there for you. So let me do this. Entire layout. Now, hold on. Let me make sure I don't have a bunch of windows on my other screen. Let's see here. Near or at. Where's that one? Okay. I'm going to clean up some of these windows so you don't get a bunch of unnecessary windows. So we got that, that one, that one, that one. Give me 1 second here. Just do a little housekeeping. Okay, that one does not belong either. Okay, you might have a few stragglers in here, but if you do, like I'm not going to remove the AI panel, which is showing up on my other screen. But this should suffice. We'll just call this the Wednesday layout. See, it's giving me the warning that these windows here have custom list, which will not transfer. But I think you got it. All right, so I just dropped the cloud link into the chart there, so you should have it. And let's check in on some of these banks. This is one I like to trade a lot, Barclays, and I was like, wow, for some reason they're up when nobody else is, and of course we're getting a nice little peel off here. Just took a little bit of time. Been watching SLB for a breakdown. 52.54 says John. Let's look at SLB. Is that still Schlumberger? Yeah. At the 52.54 level. Yep. Right down here. And it's trying. What do we got on the... See, this little bounce right here could have something to do with it hitting the 50 period on the weekly, and then kind of butting up into this level of congestion over here, which could be keeping it from the plunge protection team, whether it's a single stock or the whole market, seems to be very much in effect right now. But interesting that we're kind of cycling on down here. Candle body. Do we get to the low of the wick? We'll find out. See if Hood reacted. Yeah. So just a lot of things that I thought should have just gotten a nice little push down right on the open, or just putting in bounces and going sideways for now. No problem, Jason. So John, just the quick glance at once again at SLB. This could be the reason right here. on the weekly. Yes, I'm glad you brought that up, Hamant, um, because yes, we can talk about Holly here. So what I'm going to do first, I'll bring over the Holly Strategy Trades panel, and we would also probably want to see the strategies panel as well. So what we're going to do here, and by the way, if you're new to the product, maybe you're a test driver, welcome. So this is how we would bring up the AI strategy panel as well as all the trades. So this is the trade panel. If you don't currently have one up, you can always go to new. And once you get new up, then we can see, where'd you go there? Okay, strategy window and the trades window. So I've already got the strategy trades window up, but now I'm gonna bring up the strategies because all of the trades that have been issued today, let's just go ahead and sort those by time here, come from a specific strategy. And notice each and every play has the timestamp of when the trade was issued, what the strategy that's triggering the trade is, and then is it a short or a long right here? We got the symbol and we've got the entry price. Now, I guess I changed my layout, or I guess since I thought I had exit price on here as well. Let's see if it's over here. Ah, there we go. It was just hiding. I typically like to have entry and exit price kind of in close proximity. Okay. So once again, if you don't have the AI strategy or trades panel up, just go to new and you can pull that up right here at the top with the two AI icons. All right. So we'll talk about the trades in a minute and the different forms of risk management. But first, let's talk about the strategies that the AI came to the party with today. All right, just seeing these other questions pop in. How do I add the faves window? Okay, Oliver, real quick here. Let me get through Holly and then we'll talk about that because my faves window, as I was pointing out to, who was it, Jason? That's pointed to my custom list of my little universe of, I don't know, probably hovering about 100 stocks at any given time. Those are just the ones that I like to keep eyes on for my particular style of trading. So if you loaded up that layout and this window and these two windows here are blank, it's because they're not pointing to a specific list. So we can circle back around to that after we cover the Holly material here. And to your comment there, Oliver, or excuse me, Ben or Binge, I've never been successful to turn Holly on. Now, does that mean, yeah, and I'll show you how to do that as well, Oliver. So, Ben, you were never able to pull it up because if you're either a test driver or in the past you've had a premium subscription, as soon as you pull them up, then the windows should populate. If that's what you're getting at there. And give me just 1 second here. All right, ladies and gents, got to put you on hold for just a split second, but I'll be back in a flash. Okay, sorry for the pause there. I'm fighting these Texas allergies and trying to drink my allergy juice to help me out a little bit there. So thanks for your patience. Okay, I don't think it's running. No AI suggestions come up. Okay, so you're not seeing all of the data that I'm seeing in my strategy trades window. Okay. Well, we can try to troubleshoot that in a minute. I don't know if it's a permissioning thing. Um, I'd have to take a look at your account. So if you don't want to wait through this process till I can get to that, you might want to go hit live chat and maybe someone there can assist you quicker to get that activated. Um, So here we go with Holly. All right, so here's the strategies panel. For today's session, we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9 strategies showed up today for trading. And out of the 9 strategies, we got 1, 2, 3, 4 shorts and 5 longs. And so, how did the AI arrive at bringing these strategies to the session today? And when I say that, it brought 9, but typically it's analyzing, it's always adding and subtracting a strategy here and there. So let's just say the strategy bank that the AI has access to is about 45 to 50 strategies approximately. So what we do is we keep a approximate 65-day history for all of the data, all the tick data that comes through each and every stock. And so what will happen at the close today is we'll start assimilating today's data and kicking out the last day of data in that 65-day cycle. And then what will happen is the AI will start its optimization process. And it takes it many hours to get this done. We call it an overnight process or a night owl process, so to speak. Um, but the bottom line is the AI tries to improve each one of those 50 some odd strategies through back testing. Okay. And we've devised a proprietary scoring system. So once all the analysis is done, only the strategies that make the minimum score on that proprietary system make the cut for the next session. So these were the only 9 strategies after all the analysis last night that made the cut. Now you can see here how many trades each strategy has produced by the trades column right here. So 2, 2, 2, and then these guys have only produced 1. And that's why, it's showing 100% win rate, one trade, one winner, one trade, one winner. This guy's not doing too good today. The shorts, no big surprise there, not a lot of follow through, but 0% chance because it spit out 2 shorts and has lost on both of them. Whereas these guys, both respectively a short and a long, have both produced 2 trades, one winner each for a success rate of 50% there. Yes, there was one produced binge. It should have went out in an email, but let me check something here. One moment, please. Let me just back channel somebody to get that real quick here. Okay, sorry about that. I'm going to get that for you, Binge, and I'll show you how to get to it. Okay. So let's get back to Holly once again here. So that's how the strategies are derived, right? Each and every day. So these are very specific strategies, and once those strategies fire off, you'll see the trade show up here in real time. And Benj, I'm going to be covering a lot of the stuff that the video does, and that way you can ask questions in real time here if you have questions about specific functionality. But I will find that video and make sure you have access to it. All right, Hemant, I don't see the segment column in the AI strategies window. Okay, good question. Um, segment right here, which strategy. If a column is not showing up, what we can do here is simply right click and go to columns here. And then these are the columns that are currently displayed on the left. So if you don't want to see them anymore, you can push them over here to the right and they disappear. But you can see my segment is present. So all you would need to do is come over here and find segment and push it over here to the left side. And then that column is going to show up for you. Because a lot of the columns people might not like. So you can customize these columns just the way you would like them to show up. Sure. Okay, Luca, let's see here. I turned 3 similar alerts into a multi-strat window. Having issues when alert fires in multi-strat, it posts the alert 3 times per strategy. 3 times on every one, Luca, or could it be 2, 3, 4, or is it exactly 3? And also, too, in the original alert window, did you have, let's see here, the don't repeat mode. Okay, so right click properties, don't repeat. And then when we activate this button, did you have don't repeat active and then fail to enact it in the multi-strat window perhaps? That's where my head goes first, right? Um, okay, so back to Holly. Once Holly initiates a trade, and of course up top here, you can see we've got 3 different risk modes: conservative, moderate, and aggressive. Now, very different performance levels here. All right. Sorry, it was just internal comms here for a second. All right, getting that link for that Holly vid. So in any case, we can see here the first trade out of the chute today was Mozzie. Now notice how on the chart the AI is going to mark the price right here. It was a short, got into the money, through a little bit of a wiggle, got into the money a little bit, but if you didn't take the cookies, right, then didn't stay down below that entry signal for very long. Now, I'm in conservative mode here, all right? And when we look here for the exit reason, it's telling us profit save, okay? Which is a form of trailing stop. So there are 5 reasons why the AI will exit a trade in conservative mode. Stop loss is hit, profit target is hit, timed hold is expired, or the AI decided to get out early using profit save, or what we don't have up here today is reduce risk. Okay. And that's when the AI is in a losing trade and it's not working. It has the ability to what I like to refer to as call an audible. Go ahead and get out, reduce that risk, or save the profit. In this case, looks like by the time it got out, conservative closed. Yeah, it you know it still didn't make any cash there. So bad trades happen to humans and AIs. Now, if we look at this one here, Fly W, same song, same dance, a very perfect entry up here at the top, and then plenty of time to exit the trade, right? So we're seeing the conservative profit nice and juicy here, which is applying the totals up here. So AI trading conservative mode today, it's up. So once again, what are the 5 reasons why the AI can exit the trade in conservative mode? Profit targets hit, stop losses hit, timed hold expires, or it executes the profit save or reduce risk. We just don't have any reduced risks. Apparently here on shop, the stop did get triggered on another short. And let's see here. Why is it not showing up on this chart? But the other ones, show a trade, show all executions. Well, we can see right here, the entry candle right here on the 15-minute. And then before too long, boom, the stop out occurred. But there was plenty of time to capitalize, right? Which brings up another good topic that we'll get to here in a little bit about what's the best, the machine, the man, when really the answer is the man working or the person working with the machine, I should say. Um, that's the best. Now let's talk about moderate profit here. Moderate profit, different than conservative. There are only two risk management factors in play here: stop loss and a timed hold. Okay. So if we were just using a stop loss and a timed hold, well, you can see here, instead of being up approximately 600 bucks in the current mode here, and by the way, I've just got my default set on 1,000. So all these calculations are based on trading 1,000 shares per signal. But big difference there between conservative and moderate, up 600 versus down 2,600. And, with the market the way it is, that is not surprising to me at all. It's not been a difficult first half of it's not been an easy first half of the day there. A lot of chop there. Pardon me one sec. Okay. Now let's talk about the last risk mode here, aggressive mode. This is using no risk management whatsoever. Now the totals are pretty close today, but that's just random. Um, if we put a trade on and just hope for the best, that's what this is going to show you. Okay. And it's not really a risk mode that we would endorse using. We're just showing you things so that you'll start to see things in the future, right? Hey, I got out of this trade, went with the AI as either conservative or moderate risk. And then you can see, well, it kept going. Well, or it kept, if it was a long, it kept going up and you could have made a lot more money. But, we always leave a little bit of money on the table as traders. But by watching this each and every day, and you see the ones that continue after you get out and they keep moving in your favor, it's a really good idea to go back and look at the charts on those stocks. The intradays, the fives, the 15s, the 30s, the hours, maybe the daily, and see if you can figure out, well, how are these different than the others? Was there something in the technical setup here that made these things keep running? Right. So that's the way I would use or view aggressive profit. It's not a risk mode that I would ever use, because we have to, as a lot of you have heard Michael Noss say ad nauseum, you have to have a plan. Risk management is always part of that plan. So aggressive profit is there for observation, but when it comes to how we're actually going to interact with the AI, you would definitely want to be a conservative or a moderate risk manager there. Which brings up another good point. Just because the AI spits something out, and I'm just going to randomly scroll through some of these, you know, you hear Barry say it all the time as well. You can jump in off the open, right? But it's going to be difficult, right? It's not going to be easy risk management. So if I saw the AI issue this buy signal here, and I'm like, no, I'm going to wait a little bit. And then I gave this 5-minute chart a little time to develop. Maybe you just take a little starter position there, something that's not going to hurt you too bad if it gets away from you. But since the AI pointed this out, then it becomes part of another watch list, right? So the AI on Mozzie got short here. We popped a new high, and then we became range bound, right? From the high, and this was the opening candle for the low. So even then we got thrown a little wiggle here, and then we had some time for profitability, but this thing apparently put on the brakes and started to gyrate up. And then lo and behold, about 2 hours into the market, look what it does right here. It comes over here and it pops this not too bad looking little consolidation, or not consolidation, but a range break. Simply means it's popping the previous high from back here. And I love these plays. Okay. Nice and steady down here. So we know nothing crazy was going on, which when you see these little micro consolidations, what does it really mean? It means buyers and sellers have become equal. Not so much over here, but now equal, creeping up here, and bam. That would have been a sweet little entry there around $80.50. And then you got a nice little boom, nice little 2-point run out of that thing, because the AI pointed it out to me as a statistically viable short play, but sometimes they don't work. And this one, just because the AI pointed it out to me, if I had it on my radar and I saw it at this point in time, I could have capitalized on that, even though it's the opposite direction of the AI, right? So just little caveats there as to how you can interact with this thing that we call the AI. Okay, so does anybody out there have any questions regarding the risk modes, conservative, moderate, and aggressive, and how they differ from one another? Okay, Oliver, perfect. I was just going to get to that, but you just answered me. And, he was asking about how do I create a custom list? Well, we would just come over here to tools, we go to simple list, and then bam, here's where you can create and populate a new list. So you can see my faves, I got about 90, and then earnings that are being released either today pre-market or post-market yesterday, we've got 160. Now, by the way, when you're editing these lists, let's say you're just copy and pasting large list in there, you don't have to worry about duplicates. You'll never see a duplicate in your list. The system will automatically root those out for you. Okay, Chris has been kind enough to drop the video that he made regarding Holly into the chat panel here. And I'm just gonna pop the Holly video into the chat panel here. Okay, so anybody that wants the Holly video, just so you can reflect at your own time, I just dropped a link in there for the YouTube video. Okay, I see questions here about the AI. Let me back up here just so I don't miss anybody. Yes, and Hamad, your comment about the last 3 days that moderate and aggressive profit were in losses. Um, with these market conditions, we've had a lot of chop, a lot of grind sideways. Since we popped up here, today's Wednesday, Tuesday, Monday, and then Friday, right? So we're in this tight little range here. Okay. Back when these days were occurring, these down days and these up days, a lot different performance in aggressive and moderate. But this is common when we get in these little sideways, grindy days. So that's what's going on there. Um, okay, so Gus, regarding your question, where do I go to understand the statistical side of the AI? Well, that comes in with the strategies because since each one of these plays come from a specific strategy here, all right? So let's just sort by profit factor, okay? Win rate and profit factor are typically going to go hand in hand here. So the guiding hand long has produced one trade today and it worked. Let's take a look at that one. OMCL. All right. Sellers were obviously in control, came down here, bounced off this 200 period on the 5, took a little bounce, and the AI thought that it looked good about right here. Now, this strategy coming into the session after it was optimized is showing 63.2% win rate if everything went perfectly for the day, right? Thus far, it's only spit out one trade, so it's winning at 100%. But if we had two or three in there, maybe it might be hovering somewhere around this level or slightly above it, okay? Because that's how the AI does its work. What it does is it brings us statistically weighted strategies to each and every session, okay? So we all know that statistical probability is exactly that. If I were to use the card counting analogy um, with blackjack, right? Now, of course, you have to have a limited number of decks, right? And that's what Vegas doesn't like. Um, but let's say you were able to play at a casino, and they're like, "Hey, we just use 5 decks." Well, you'd be able to count cards proficiently if you know how to do it, right? But just because you have statistical probability on your side does not guarantee success, right? There's always the random factors that can throw the statistical probability off, right? So something just popped into my mind here. Let's take a short example. Let's say either the AI or myself or one of you guys out there using our optimizer comes up with a really great short strategy, spitting out just a nice amount of trades. It looks beautiful. It's saying, this has a 70% win rate. Well, does that mean we should just blindly trust it, pile into everything, and hope for the best? Well, no, because there are factors that come into play that you cannot see in a back test. We can do things like hold time, risk management, profit stop, so forth and so on. But what you can't really factor into a back test is when you go to short something and you get the beep, 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 short this, and they're like, sorry, that's unavailable. Oh, okay. Well, so I'm not allowed to participate. See, that's something that you can't factor into a back test necessarily. Also, too, let's say it's a long strategy. You're going to go market orders. That way you'll get all the longs, but you might take some severe slippage. If one of the stocks that is issued from your strategy is a stock with a 10-cent spread and you hit market buy, well, you just ate 10 cents there in slippage. And that can really throw backtest results off in a big way, right? So the AI is showing us statistically weighted strategies, right? And people ask all the time, well, can't you just automate the AI? Well, you can. And on some days it would work pretty well. Only problem is you don't know which days that's going to be, right? You never know how much slippage you're going to take, and you never know on the short side how much slippage you're going to take, and are you even going to be able to participate in that short? Because what if the short that you couldn't participate in was the big winner for the day, and without it, you're down instead of up, right? So just some things to think about when you're talking about statistical probability, statistical viability. So, Gus, let me know if that resonates with you. And if there's something in particular that you'd like me to go over, by all means, uh, just pop it out there. In AI strategies, I see that conservative profit for all longs is 0. Okay, are you referring to in AI strategies? You're talking about the strategy tab right here? Okay. So in conservative, I'm showing these numbers. Open and closed. When I go to moderate, we got these. And when I go to aggressive, we got these. So just to confirm there, Hamat, if you're seeing zeros here, then there might be some kind of data issue going on. In which case, we need to help you out in the support section. All right, scrolling back through the questions here. But okay, you're not seeing that in the strategy trades. That's weird. If you're not seeing numbers here, you might want to kill the window and respawn it. Also, it's always a good idea sometimes just to click on account and reset the connection. Maybe that'll help it out as well. All right, Gus, is there anyone trading the AI exclusively that's documenting the performance? Well, not to my knowledge. Okay, not to my knowledge. If you're talking about someone letting it rip every day on an intraday basis, not to my knowledge. Having said that, remember, we do have this wonderful thing called Brokerage Plus over here, and this is just me in demo in simulation mode. So remember, you can always connect to our sim mode, and if you want to automate strategies, and once test drive is over, that's what you can do. So you can see the action, but not have any risk, right? And we're going to talk a little bit about the ongoing trading competition in a moment, as time permitting here. I just want to make sure I get everybody's questions answered here. Is AI still long OMCL from Gus? Okay, let's take a look here. Oh, I'm on the wrong mode there. Okay. Okay, so OMCL, notice there is no exit reason. So that trade is still open. If we don't see anything in the exit reason, then the trade is still open. And if I come down here and go back to conservative, we can see right here the open P&L for conservative with these two positions should equal what you're seeing right here. But the easiest way to tell if the trade is still open is just to look here in the exit reason column. So I use the AI, I don't automate it, okay? Just as I would any of these other windows that you see on my screen. So what we like to refer to as, all of these windows, even if, it's a race, a top list that you see over, well, that's a multi-strat window, or a top list here, or an alert window, or the AI windows. I still throw them all into the same bucket. They're all high quality information streams that I will take a look at when a symbol is issued, but that doesn't necessarily mean I'm going to jump into the trade immediately. I still have to like what I'm seeing on the chart. And a lot of people, especially if you're a newcomer to trading, you kind of have the wrong expectations about what a window is going to do. Whether it's the AI or an alert window or a top list window, that's just the first part of the equation. Okay. You still have to like what's going on the chart, and you have to like the risk that comes in tow with each and every trade. So just because the AI spits something out that is quote unquote statistically viable, I still have to like it on the chart. Now, if I like it on the chart and it's got statistical viability on its side, well, that's two gold stars, right? So, if I just saw the chart pattern on my own, well, that's one gold star. But, if it's the chart pattern I like and the AI produced it and it's got statistical viability, well, that's two gold stars, you know? So, might just do my regular share size, or if I like it and it's got statistical viability behind it, well, then I might go a little bit bigger in that specific trade. But the takeaway here is that the AI is not a magic money machine. It is a high quality information stream producing trades based on statistically optimized strategies. Get a little agua here. Yeah, Hamad, I don't know why you're talking about these values right here? It's showing 0. Now, do you have anything in the filter box up here? See where I am right here where it says filter? And then I could say, hey, just show me long strategies. Or wait, that's the wrong, I'm talking about up here. Okay, so yeah, you were referring to the strategies tab. Make sure you're not filtering something here. Like maybe you're on inactive strategies, right? Or only on shorts. But if you're getting zeros, maybe you've got inactive strategies checked and didn't know it. But if you want to see all the data, you have to make sure that you're not using anything in the drop down. Because here you could just say, I only want to see these specific strategies, or you might want to filter it. Now, if I come up here and I could say, only show me losing trades. Okay, these are the losing trades. Only show me profitable trades. And then we would only see the profitable trades. So it's just whatever you want to see, we make that possible for you. But if you're seeing zeros down here, right, okay, but not right now. Are you talking about which zeros are you referring to? I thought you were talking about the totals up here. Or are you talking about the trades? Maybe I misunderstood. Oh, are you talking about, okay, we've got conservative. and moderate here, right? That's what you're referring to. Okay. So the guiding hand long, that trade is still open. So these columns will populate. Let's see, breakdown short is getting pretty beat up. And see, they've been closed out here and here, and then they'll reflect in here. So if it's open, it's not going to show conservative because it only shows conservative once the trade has been closed. Does that make sense? It's because the trades are still open. Open profit. No reason yet. Conservative. If a conservative close kicks in, then you'll see the numbers populate here. Correct. Yeah. I was like, what zeros is he talking about? There's a lot of zeros up here sometimes. Okay, glad we got that squared away. Okay, so those of you in the test drive, hopefully you're participating in the Portfolio Master Contest. So, once again, Holly, that's how she works. That's how the AI works. It brings us statistically viable strategies, um, shows us what's open, what's been closed, and any other questions about that because, it is a very good tool to use. But remember what I said earlier. It's not just because the statistical viability is good, does not mean that I'm just going to jump into that trade. I'm going to check it out. And as long as I like the setup, well, then I'll go along with the AI. So it's another tool to use in trading and in the trading competition as well. Especially as hot as the term AI has gotten over the past, what is it, year and a half. Um, you know, a lot of people think that the AI, before they have experience to it, is like this entity that you can talk to and go, hey, should I trade this or that and the other? Which, don't get me wrong, that would be really cool. Or ask the AI to analyze something for you. But the way this one works is it just brings us its statistically weighted strategies, which, the technical term for an AI is, well, anything that a human used to do, but now a computer can do is a form of AI. The advanced ones now, the large language models, they're cool and all, but they do have their limitations for now, anyway. Okay, sorry, Benj, I must have missed that one. You mentioned a list in your AI. Is that a stocks? Oh, no, 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 no. When I was referring to a custom list, because the AI makes its own strategies and whatever stock exhibits the filter set and the alert for that strategy pops up here. So, that's an event driven mechanism, just like an alert window. So if we pop over here, oops, I go into configure, and what I mean by an event, it's a strategy, right? So in the alert window, we have a set of filters which function in the all or none capacity. So all the filters have to be met. And even as we speak right now, even though nothing's coming through this window, the system has eyes on all stocks that are meeting this filter criteria. But it's not going to tell us about one until one of the stocks meeting this filter criteria hits a new low. And then that's when we're going to see it come through. And that's exactly the way the strategies in the AI work, except there's a much more advanced filter set here. But the custom list aspect is, and of course, where did my pen go? I tell you, I like to close that thing out for some reason. I was just going to mark these boxes. So what I was saying earlier, this window here, and this window here. Okay. all three of these windows are pointed to a custom list. So if we right click and take a peek, it's just my favorites list, right? And it's slightly less than 100 stocks right now. Favorites. And this guy also pointed to favorites. Now, all these other windows, like these down here, they're not pointed to, they're pointed to all symbols. So any stock in the major exchanges that exhibits this event coupled with this alert, well, the alert and the filters combined are quote unquote the event. Whereas these windows are simply, hey, just show me when these stocks are hitting a simple new low or a simple new high. And then over here, the reason I like to use this list is because I can quickly sort by relative volume. These are the stocks in my little universe that are doing the most volume today. 8, which is really why I thought Robinhood was getting ready to take a header. Sold it here, sold a little bit more down here, thinking it was going to continue, and then pretty much just ended up flatting the trade right there after it failed. But I can quickly sort by relative volume. Let's say I want to see all the stocks that are currently doing some significant 5-minute volume. Bam, I can sort by this metric here. And a value of 100 is normal 5-minute volume. So you can see very few stocks are doing even 2 times normal 5-minute volume. Hood's doing 3, but that's no big surprise because the earnings were just released yesterday. But you can see, these guys are sleeping. 100% is normal. 50, 50, 50, Boyle, the natural gas ETF, big deal. So that's the way I use my custom lists. But every other window is pointed at the entire market. So hopefully that makes sense to you. Binge, if you need me to go into more detail, just let me know. Okay, Raj, I see your question there. How do I make a basic list of stocks which I am holding in my brokerage account? Well, first, to create the list, the easiest way, in my opinion, is just to come over here to the toolbar, hit Tools, and then select Symbol List. Now this window pops up, and you can see my earnings, my favorites. These are all just kind of random. So if I wanted to get rid of these, I could just say, you know what? Well, I guess it only lets me do one. Okay, let me delete and delete. Oh, okay, that's my liked, so you can't delete that one. This one, anytime you see a stock on the chart, if you click this heart right here, it's going to add this to my holdings. So that's one way that you can go about it, is just to heart all the symbols that you like and then point to my holdings. And if I remove, then you'll see that eventually turn back to a 0. But if you want to create your own custom list from scratch, we would just say, all right, let's create a new list and then name the list. Test 1, 2. Click on the list, edit, and now you can either, manually type in symbols like that, or you could copy and paste hundreds, if not 1,000 stocks in there at any given time, at the same time, and then hit the OK button. And then it's always going to show you how many symbols you have in your list there. Now, once you create a list, it won't show up initially. And what I mean by that is, okay, I just created test 12. So now if I just duplicate an existing alert window, and I come back up here, go into configure. Now I want to point this window only to the test 12 list. It's not showing up over here, right? So this is only for the first time. Once you do this, then it's always going to be over here. But once you create a brand new list, you have to go add existing list. And as we scroll down a little bit, and I'm always kind of I got to get to personal here. Where to go? Friendly. Okay, where's test 12 hiding? There we go. Okay, so here's the one I just created. As soon as I click on it, boom, there it shows up. I can just say, okay, click here, and it automatically adjusts the little drop down for you. Only the following list, test 12, and then we've got success. So any other alert or top list that I would go to from that point on and go to symbol list, we'll see it right here. So Raj, let me know if that did it for you there. Wow, I was just doing a time check. 52 minutes has passed rapidly. Okay, Ben, so if there was actually a good trade from within those on your list, AI would be finding it anyway. You probably don't need to be checking your list. Well, very rarely do one of the stocks on my list pop up on the AI. It could happen sometimes, but just realize that's two very different games that we're playing. This is one high quality information source. These are all what I refer to. Sure, they're called alert windows, but these are all high quality information lists. So is this one. So is this one. So is this one. And these are all independent of the AI, right? The AI is also a high quality information list. Now, the case might be where it produces a symbol, could have been any one of these symbols, and then that just happened to be in my favorites list, or it happened to be coming through these two windows, which are looking at the entire market. Okay. Now, when and if that does happen, I would just consider that yet another golden star, right? Ooh, the AI produced this trade. It's got statistical viability. Ooh, I like the pattern. 2 gold stars. Ooh, it's also coming through one of my favorite windows, totally non-related to the AI. In that case, I would say you got 3 gold stars going on with that trade. So while there can be some overlap, it's very rare, um, but it could happen. But I just want you to understand these are not connect. These wouldn't be really connected in a sense, right? I heard somebody.
Yeah, that was me just doing my thing. Hey,
Mhm.
Andy, I'm sorry,
Yes,
Jamie. Say it
yes,
100 times,
yes.
Jamie. Keep an eye on the AI alert. I didn't even realize it was an AI alert. I had this one tracked yesterday, but NVEI, this is an earnings play today, but look what could happen if it takes out 19. NVEI.
When you said Jamie, I don't know who said this, but it reminded me of Judy, or something. It's like some
That's
old,
Cary Grant.
okay,
And Carrie, I don't know what the movie was, but that's a classic old.
yeah.
I don't know what the movie was, but
Okay, so
Judy.
yeah, let's see here. Here's my
Yeah,
weekly.
just
Is
look
it?
at NVEI, and I've got a monthly chart up, but I mean, I'm sure if I had a weekly chart up, but look what happens if it can take out 19.
Oh, baby.
Oh,
Oh,
baby.
19. Okay.
19.
Yeah, you're looking.
I've got a monthly chart up, but I'll even put up a weekly
Well,
chart
no,
just
this is
to,
monthly here. See?
yeah. So actually, the weekly and the monthly are the same. In terms of the highs.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, look at that one. I mean, I don't know what happened. I mean, obviously, some horrible news happened that week and catapulted it down.
Hmm.
But it's an earnings play today, and man, you never know. I'm not saying it's going to, as you know, we don't know if it's going to take out
Oh, of
19
course.
ever. But
Yeah. Hmm.
boy, if it ever did,
Yeah, it
it
would be interesting. I mean, that's a lot of room there.
a lot of room. That's what
Even
a
if
lot of
we
room.
look, even if we go back to, would that even be in play there? That'd be pretty tight. Yeah. So even if it just, even if it went from here, that'd be what? 19, $20.
Hmm.
That's almost 4 points in that little bitty space that you see right there.
Hmm.
Hmm. And
Exactly.
then,
So anyway, I've got a price alert set at 19. And we'll see if it takes it out today or tomorrow, and
you know
see if
what,
it.
Barry? I'm gonna sell. I'll set the same alert because that looks pretty juicy if it gets there.
Mhm.
And, look at the relative volume today. It's
Oh
not like it's
yeah.
not trading, and I'm sure a lot of eyeballs are looking at that right now.
Well,
Yeah.
it is
Well,
an earnings play, and
yeah.
so as an
Mhm.
earnings play, it's going to be relative. Usually anyway, it's going to be pretty active. So yeah,
Yeah, now just out of curiosity, were the earnings
good.
yeah.
I don't know. Okay,
Well,
rise in third quarter revenue on earnings and revenue. Okay, let's see what it
yeah.
says. Its guidance for the recent and narrowed its revenue target for the full year, et cetera, et cetera. I don't even read these things. I just,
Yeah.
see
Well,
what happens
all
with the
that
market.
matters is the market is interpreting it as good because it's already up
Exactly.
20% today. So,
Exactly.
uh-huh, yep.
So actually, recorded third quarter adjusted up sharply from the 81 million last year, up sharply from the 81 million last year, and just ahead of the 105. So, I mean, if you look at the pure numbers, sure, they're
Mhm.
pretty good.
Let's see, what did we top out at today?
Basically,
Almost,
we're
right?
right
Just
there.
within a nickel. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Interesting. Well, I'll certainly keep an eye on this little dude for sure.
Mhm.
Appreciate you pointing it out.
Yeah. And with that, if you'd like to take off, you certainly may. I give you permission.
Very good, sir. All right. Well, hopefully everybody got what they needed. Thanks for listening to me, guys. Barry, I will see you on the flip side, sir.
You will. Okay,
Okay. Bye
thanks,
bye.
Jamie. Okay, guys, I have taken over both rooms, I think. Let me get rid of my announcement. Okay, can you use Holly AI to get grades from earnings? No, no. And Gus, I hope he answered your question. Which AI window is the one that alert? They all alert in real time. Okay, this is all real time. So when you get an alert, that's a real time alert. So I was just saying to Jamie and guys, you probably saw that I am in this. I think before I went on my break, guys, I was talking about NFE, and I was thinking, could it get up to this level here? Look what it's done, 32. So, um, which was 31.96, and I had an arrow pointed at it. And man, look at this now. This is an earnings play. I'm surprised I'm wrong. It was 31.74. That's where I had an arrow pointed at 31.74. And at one point it got just two there, but now look at it. Look at it. So I'm still in this one. This is, took it while I was on my break. And I was saying to Jamie in the other room before he left, keep an eye on this NVEI, okay? Because I mean, it's an earnings play. Obviously, it's had a great reaction to earnings, but more importantly, when you look left on that weekly chart, look at what could potentially happen. I mean, I can't remember what happened here on this week. It got hit from 31 down to eventually down to 13, but it's an earnings play today. It takes out 19, and I want to watch it to see if it does take out 19. May not happen today. It may never happen, but if it does happen, I mean, there will be traders looking at this and saying, "Man, could it start to fill in this gap a little bit?" Nobody is saying it's going to get back up to 31.47, but all we're looking at is, wow, could it start to fill in this void a little bit? So there you have it. We're just waiting on the NFE to see how much more it can go. Yeah, actually, the tenon, I was very tempted at one point because the TNON, I was very tempted right, where was that high? There was a high around 340, I think. I just have to find it. I thought there was a high around 344, and I had set an alert, and it popped through it, got up to 350, and then came right back down, popped through it again, came right back down. So I think I've got an alert set up here around 350 just to see if it happens again, because it's the same sort of thing as you said. look left. It's a lot like NVEI, just on a, a different scale. But in terms of a percentage move, probably about the same. Boy, NFE, this has been a real sleeper for me. I mean, a real sleeper. These are all on the daily chart, but this is all about earnings, guys. Who knows about, well, I'm not saying nobody knows New Fortress Energy, but look at the move, 16%. Okay. So I think I'm up to date on all questions. I think I am. And hopefully Jamie answered all the questions. I see all the questions. Look like a pretty good session that you guys had with Jamie in our YouTube room. A lot of questions, which is great. Yeah. So I think Jamie, so Gus, if you go to the filter, if you can see my screen and you see where it says filter, it says none. What you've got is probably profitable trades. Okay. So anything that is not profitable, you won't see. If you want to just see every trade, just uncheck the profitable trades and you'll see CHD. So what happened is, I mean, it got triggered and then immediately dropped down, I guess, below the 8907. Okay. That's why. So it's up to you. You can just see the profitable trades or you can see all the trades. Ah, okay. Boy, that NVEI is, ooh, look how nicely it's basing. That's what I really like. It's just kind of basing. So if all of a sudden we get some volume and pops it through 19, could go on a bit of a run. Okay, Gus, that makes sense then. Just that filter box that you see here, just uncheck, make sure it says none. Then you'll see all the trades. I'm sort of a fan of seeing all the trades because, just because something, something could set up later on. Don't work in the pre-market, okay? And I guess that's one of them. The 1 minute volume alert window doesn't work in the pre-market. There's just some windows that don't work in the pre-market, Benji. Well, okay, Gus, I thought I explained it. So well, first of all, do you have profitable trades checked? Okay. Do you have profitable trades checked? If you can see can you see my screen? Yeah, I'll answer your question, Raj. I just want to, you know, get to the bottom of this with Gus. Do you have in this filter column? Do you have profitable trades checked? Okay. Well, that's the reason. You're going to you'll hear it, but the second it dropped down below the alert price, it becomes a non-profitable trade. Okay, in theory. Okay. You see, it's at minus 0.08%. So you'll hear it immediately, but then if it drops down below 8907, it'll disappear. It's really that simple. So you'll hear the trade as it comes in, and then but the second it drops down below 89.07, it'll disappear. If you've got this checked, the profitable again. If it gets over the entry price, you'll see it again. Yes. Okay. You don't have to. I mean, you can just take the filter off. Profitable trades, just take it off, uncheck it. And if you want to see them all day long, every single one of them, be they profitable or not, you can do that. Okay, Raj. So VWAP one is just the VWAP. That's the typical VWAP. I don't even have to go to my page. Okay. But the VWAP is just the typical VWAP that everybody knows. It's the VWAP of today. Okay. So without getting too about, so that's what VWAP one means. It's just the VWAP that everybody knows and loves. Okay. Of today. The position and range is where is the stock? So for instance, if I look at eBay right now, now this is not a barcode, but you can see it's at 100%. That means it's right at the high of the day. eBay is right at the high of the day. The position and range is where is it in relation to from the low of the day to the high of the day? So the low of the day is here for eBay, the high of the day is here. If eBay was somewhere down here, 50% below or 50% between the low and the high of the day, you would see that number at 50% as an example. Okay. So that's what the percentages mean. And the position in year range, same thing. The year range, so you can see that eBay is at way below the chart. Like if I all the weeks, 52 weeks, and I looked at the high and the low, this is like way, it'll be at the lower end of the spectrum. Okay. That's what all of our position and range filters, they're very good at very quickly seeing, what is like where is a stock in relation to the 5-day, 20-day, 2-year, lifetime, 3 month. I mean, this is what I've got here. Of course, this is all customizable. Okay, Raj. So does that make sense? So there's the VWAP, 3844. That's the VWAP that everybody knows. Okay. That is today's VWAP. If you don't know, the volume weighted average price. So does that make sense? That's why you always hear me when I talk about a position in the lifetime range. When I see that basically at zero or a negative number, I know it's at the absolute low it's ever been, which for me is really exciting. Okay, guys, keep an eye on the TNON. The TONN is moving up here. If this takes out 50, this could get rocking. There's the high of the day at 357. And again, you look left, it's a lot like the NVEI in terms of, the potential to run. This has been not just a tremendous run. This has been a 1, 2, 3, 4. This is the fifth day, started at 84 cents. Okay, Raj, can I move on or did I not explain it well enough? Just let me know. Talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Okay, okay, good. Yeah, we've got a lot of position and range filters. They're, at a glance, you can really kind of tell what's happening. For instance, you could see a stock near. Get out of here! Oh no. Okay, good. You could see a stock, for instance, a low of 2 years, for instance, low of 2 years, but maybe in the last 3 months, it's been running. Okay, so those are just previous days. Okay, VWAP previous days. Where is that Christine? Can we all sing happy birthday to Christine? Christine, are you still in the room? Or are you hugging yourself with cake or something? Where's Christine? There she is. Well, you should be happy, happy, happy. Look at your toast. Or here's a toast to Christine. She said she was long this one earlier. It's her birthday. She says nothing ever works on her birthday. Well, we're here to change that, Christine. Going forward, everything is going to go great on your birthday with respect to trading. Okay? So don't forget to show up next year. Feliz cumpleaños a ti. How's that? As I'm practicing my Spanish. Anybody speak Spanish? How did I do? Oh no. Malo? I don't know. Feliz cumpleaños a ti. Oh, you're just kidding? No bueno? Okay. Well, is it you guys are a tough crew. Tough crowd, I should say. Tough crowd. Oh, I speak French way better than Spanish. Yeah. Bon anniversaire à moi. Okay, guys, I better do a video here. So I like this toast. I mean, this could keep running. I mean, look at the room it's got. 1759 is where the high was yesterday. So no, nobody is saying it's getting there, but I mean, this just looks like a great recovery. Okay, so as I do my video, I'm just going to have to keep an eye on the NFE. I don't see any reason to exit it yet. I'm just looking left again. There's still some room. NFE, there's still some room. A little bit. 3257 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart. On the daily chart, that is basically the same. So that is my next area of concern that it may not get through. In fact, you've got 2 days right there. So as it gets closer and closer to this number, in fact, just give me a moment. Okay, I've just taken some off. I've just taken some off. I was in at 30, what is it, 3124, I think. 3124 on that little jog down right about here, right was up when I was on my break. I watched it, got down to this level right there. So Raj, I'm not sure exactly how to pronounce it, but hopefully I haven't done too bad a job. This room is like this all the time, okay? So it's not special for the test drive. The question in our YouTube room is what happens when the test drive is over. Well, this room is like this Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern time. Okay. Now, when you say you have a lot to learn on this platform, you don't have to learn everything. Okay. You don't have to learn everything that this platform or Trade Ideas has to offer. I mean, my analogy is this: if I threw you an MS Word manual, you don't have to learn everything, obviously. You kind of pick and choose what you want. I want to learn how to print, maybe change the font, maybe save my document, a few basic things. For the most part, that's all people need. But you look at that manual, it's huge. You think the average person knows, probably the average person knows 0.5% or 1% of it. Same thing with trade ideas. You don't have to learn everything. Well, look, it's not so much, it's an earnings play. I mean, it's an earnings play. So obviously um, Luke is saying, what's so special about NVEI, the news? I mean, it's an earnings play. So obviously the market liked whatever they said. That's all. Now, if you're asking me to interpret, I mean, I just sort of glanced over the release. Doesn't matter what we think, does it? The market is market right now is liking it. Does again, Luke, it doesn't really matter, does it? I mean, the market is saying we like it. I mean, I don't dive into earnings releases that much. I read a couple things that looked like they had some increases quarter to quarter, but the market right now is rewarding them. All right, looks like my big exit for NFE was probably pretty good. Yeah, how close did it get to that high? It got up to 32.43 and the high is 32.56. So, 13 cents away. So not bad. I was going to take this eBay too, but what happened is that it did this. I was really kind of excited about taking the eBay right on that 39 break, right about there. And I was thinking, okay, this looks pretty good, pretty good. And then it did this, and I just lost sight of it. Had it not done this so dramatically, like if it just had a little bit of a pullback to 39 and then done this, I would have been in it. But just, it's just the market can just really toy with you. Yeah, I'm all out of it now. You guys can short NFE right now. You guys could short it even earlier, even if I were in it. Okay, guys, I'm going to do a video, and what time is it? 1:20, so 1:21 actually. I'll be back. Certainly should not be any later than 1:31. Oops, font here. Okay, putting myself on mute. I'll be back. Certainly less than 10 minutes. All right, guys, I'm back. Ooh, look at this. Just did my video on this, the NVEI. Oops, let me get my sound alert on. test here, guys. 19, big test. I do like the way it's been just kind of basing, on a little bit of a channel between 1880 and 19. Again, I'm not telling anybody to do the same thing, just pointing out the opportunity. Check the spread out on this. I think it's pretty good. NVEI, I think it's a pretty good spread. Yeah, 2 cent spread, 3 cent spread right now. Okay, really, really watching this now, guys. I'd love to see a nice break at 19. Get up around, I don't know, 1904, 1905 in the bid ask, clear the 19 level, and then maybe start to attack this area a little bit. Single stock window, it's a Canadian company. Where are you out of? Montreal. Um, Float is what we have is 62 million, 62.8 million. You see my single stock window, Gus, right up here. So it's not a low float, not high, but it's not certainly not a low float. So it's showing up in my option activity scanner. See, it still hasn't really moved that much. 1884, 1225. That was the alert. 1884. I see NFE just popped up again. I'm not in it anymore, but it turned out to be a far, far better trade than I ever thought it would be. And some volume coming in. See, you like to see a little bit of volume also. And nothing is going to challenge this, the opening 930 volume candle or bar, but watching nothing but rare. The opening 930 volume bar usually is the biggest one of the day for most stocks. But there is some volume coming in a little bit of volume. I'm not talking about the absolute volume. I'm talking about in relation to previous volume bars. Nothing. I mean, imagine though if we had something, up here in the volume. Well, it is an earnings play, so I'm anticipating that, the volume will be, relatively good for the balance of the day. It is because it is an earnings play. I may be completely wrong. It may just stop, but again, it's only because of the void, right? I mean, that's all I care about. I mean, that's the only reason I'm halfway interested in it. So guys, this TNON, this is the type of, I haven't seen one for a while. I don't know if it's going to happen, but we don't have the float information. Oh, we do have the float information now. So 1.8 million. This is one of those ones that, maybe starting now, maybe at 2 o'clock, maybe at 3 o'clock. If you see this take out this high of the day, this could go on a run. One of these, ones that have had just a great day. It hasn't really pulled back that much from the high. And if it pops through that high, especially if it does it on volume, this could go on a run still. So just put your price alert right up there. See if it takes out that high of the day. We don't see too many low float movers. Well, I don't anyway. Of course, I'm concentrating more on the earnings plays. Most of the earnings plays are not low floaters. UWMC. What is this? Another earnings play. Next high looking left is 588. Too close. Yes. Well, before I say that, yeah, I just have to really keep an eye on this TNON, okay? But I will, in fact, I'll put it right here. I don't want to miss it if it takes out that high on some volume. Now, before I say that, that might require a custom formula. In fact, I think it probably, just to give me a moment here. We have the you probably haven't created okay, just a minute. You probably haven't created a custom formula before, have you, Andy? Okay. Just give me a moment. I'm just eyeballing this TNON. I think it's going to require a custom formula. We can show stocks that are above, of course, show stocks above the 80 MA and the 20. But I just give me a moment here on this TNON, okay? Again, I'm still here. I'm just watching this TNON to see well it holds over this 350 mark. Aha! Sorry, guys. Okay, well, okay, I've taken the NVEI and it breaks down through 19. I'm out. So you're gonna have to bear with me a little bit, Andy, okay? Because these sort of trades are they're not relaxing. Okay, the TNON, TNON, TON, TNON. I just have to watch it. I just don't want to see this. Okay, so I'm in both now. I'm going to have to take a little break from answering you, I think, because I am in both, and I'm trying, and they're not necessarily easy trades. And I'm talking about the TNON, the NVEI. But I'm almost 100% sure it's going to require a custom formula. Okay, so if you can hang around a bit, okay, good. I'm glad you're in no hurry. Again, it's the only time really when I can't answer a question. I'll say it. If I have to concentrate on a trade. So just quickly though, first of all, I want to see the SMAs that we do have. SMA. Okay, so we've got the 20 and we do have the 8. Okay, we do have the 8 and the 20. The problem is this is just going to show you the change. So you can show stocks that are above, the 8 or the 10 or the 20 or below. But what you want is the 8. What do you want? You want the 8. You want the 8 to be above the 20. So it does require a custom formula. It's simple. Okay, it is simple. But I'll have to show you how to do it. I'm just really having to watch this TNON. I don't want it to get down under 40. That's all. Come on, TNON. I just want you to really pop here. Get close to 4. I'll make my day. Okay. Just watching this TNON. It's really okay. Let me see if I can let me see if I can help you, Andy, if you're still listening. Okay, I've taken myself out of the TNON, guys. If it gets back up over to 360 mark, I may get back in. So I have a small loss on that one. I got in at 352, so I'm out at 346. So I'll take a look again. But this is my little star, I hope, NVEI. If it just puts on about 20 or 30 cents for me, that'd be awesome. All right. Andy, are you still with me? Okay. Now, first of all, I will direct you to our guide, but I'll have to give you the formula, but I'll direct you to the guide where it talks about custom formulas, okay? So if you click on my link, you'll be at the top, okay? So scroll down a bit until you get to the education section. Click here on the education section. Click on the user guide. And the reason I'm doing this is because you may forget, what I'm telling you, and so you should have a reference. Once you're in the user guide, where it says custom, custom formulas, okay, custom formulas, where it says that will be your reference to what I'm going to tell you. So let me This is the link you're going to use to get into the account management section where you will create a custom formula. And you've never done one before, so now don't worry about what all this looks like. I mean, this is no big, these are just what you can do is you can take data points that we have and combine them to give you sort of new filters. So yours will be blank, okay? Yours will be blank. So I just got to find, give me a moment. Just give me a moment. I just have to find it. I haven't done one of these in a long time. Oh, I know where it is. Give me a moment. Okay. And guys, this is an advanced topic. If you're brand new, don't worry about this, okay? Ah, we don't have the 8. After all of that, we don't have the 8. We only have the 20, the 50, and the 200 here. I don't, let me check that other one again. I don't think we have the 8 as a data point, but maybe I missed it. I don't think we have it, right, Pepe? I don't think we have the 8 SMA as a data point. I'm just looking here. I do not see it. We've got the 200. Yeah, we don't have that as a data point. Can't do it, unfortunately. Unless I can't see it. Yeah, I'm sorry. We don't have, I don't think we don't have the 8 Yeah, we don't have the 8 SMA as a data point that you can refer to. Sorry about that. Because what you would do, had we had it, you just create a very simple custom formula that says the 8 EMA greater than 20 SMA, and you put that in, it becomes a filter just like any other filter that we've got. But you can't create the data point if we, in other words, people say to us things like, well, let's take a look at MACD as an example. Come on. Got too many things. Well, okay. So RSI. So these are our RSI filters, okay? The 1, 2, 5, 15, and 60. Somebody might say, well, I want the 30. Well, we don't, and can you create a custom formula for me that has the 30 in it? Well, we don't have the data point, okay? So we cannot refer to it. We could say things like, well, I want the 15-minute to be over greater than the 5-minute, things like that, because we've got data points for it. But you can't say, well, I want the 30 to be greater than the 15 because we don't have the 30 as a data point. This is not a programmable language that we've got. We try to create a lot of different filters and alerts, try to cover most of the requirements of our customers, but not every. But if somebody wanted a 30-minute RSI, we just don't have it. No, but that's no. You see, that's the whole thing. I'm looking for the 8 SMA data point. I couldn't find it, Pepe. I couldn't find the 8 SMA as a data point. Daily. I checked I checked both those, pages that have all our filters. I could not maybe I couldn't see it, but I could not see the 8 SMA as a data point. Doesn't mean it's not there. I just couldn't see it. Okay, now TNON now is back up. Hmm. Yeah, so those are yeah, but not as, not like this. Because what he wants is the 8 EMA, 8 SMA greater than the, 20 SMA. And when I look here, we've got the, 200 SMA, 50 SMA, and the 20. No 8, okay? No 8 as a data point. And when I go to the other one, unless I just couldn't see it, I cannot see the 8 SMA as a data point. We've got the change from the 8, but not the data point itself. Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure we do not have it. So sorry about that, Andy, for all of that. No, well, it is just looking at the change. All it's doing is telling you, is it over the price or not? The current price or not? Is the sorry. Well, where is the current price over? I know what you mean. You would think we would have it. I do know what you mean because how is it referring to it? But we don't seem to have it. Yeah, Andy, I'm sorry. Yeah, for the intraday, but no. But the kitty is. The kitty's having some lunch. No, it is not possible, unfortunately, JN. No, you have to be an administrator and all that, and there's a whole set of rules and everything to make somebody add up to it and administrator. It's just not a matter of you're clicking on a mic. You don't even see a mic, do you? So that's okay, guys. You're not sure your TI is working properly. Can you explain? Maybe I can try to help. I know sometimes it's hard to explain in text, but can you try? When you say you don't think you're not sure your TI is working properly, what do you mean by that exactly? First of all, do you have a green ball? Okay, so at least we know you're connected. Um, are you part of the test drive? And I promise to only ask one question at a time. Okay. Was it working yesterday? Or okay, was it working yesterday? I no. Well, I've taken most of my NVEI off. I'm looking at getting it again. Question in our YouTube room. I've I was hoping for a lot more. Of course, it got up to 1930. I was in it just a little over 19. Um, so as I started sliding down, because I do have to recognize there was this. I close all the windows and then open a window. Okay, you're starting. Okay, so you're going to shut all your windows off. So you're going to click on Windows and close all. So you're shutting all your windows off, close all your windows. So, okay. And then you go to the dock channel bar and you pick a dock channel. It takes up your whole screen. Um, Not sure what else I can do. You don't want it to take up your whole screen? Oh, I see. You mean, okay. I mean, I guess if I click on that, now it's taking up the whole screen. Okay, so what is the issue exactly? So if it takes up the whole screen, you can just click on that little box, right, and reduce it and start sizing it. I don't know if there's a default that says don't take up the whole screen. I mean, it almost does for me anyway, but let me go back and bring up another one. I don't think you're doing anything wrong. It's just the way it's working for me. It doesn't quite take up the whole screen. So yeah, so I don't think there's no option. There's nothing that says, okay, when I open something from the channel bar, don't take up the whole screen. I don't think there's any option. There's no setting. I never really thought about it, to be honest. So there's no setting that says, okay, when I open something in the channel bar, do not take up the whole screen. No, not that, because even this, I mean, okay, now it's taking up the whole screen right now. Let me see if that's it, and if I open up another one. You're asking me a question that I've never thought about, but nope, didn't matter. The last one, so I don't think you're doing anything wrong. Sure, go ahead. I call this a toolbar. I mean, that's what I call it, the toolbar. I guess you could call it a menu bar, or I just call it the toolbar. All you have to do is this. You want to shrink it, you just have to I just want to make sure I don't accidentally close it, okay? So I've if you want to get it less, then you just go to the end of it, and when the cursor your pointer turns to this right there, then left click on your mouse, and you can start to okay. So you can control the size just by going to the left-hand side of it with your pointer. When the pointer turns to that icon right there, keep the left hand keep the left hand on your mouse, the left-hand side of your mouse, keep it press it down, keep it pressed down, and then just like you know how a mouse works, and just do this, okay? And then you can size it the way you want it. And when you load trade ideas the next time, it should probably be the size you want. Um, okay. Again, you're asking me a question that I'm so let me see. So mine doesn't. Mine does not stretch out back again. I'm surprised yours does. If yours does, then I have no answer for that. So you're saying that you have shrunk it like this, as an example, just like that. And then you open a docked channel bar. Do one more. Explosive winners. No, my toolbar remains. Oh, you're not making. I'm sorry. You're not making yourself clear. Okay. I thought you meant the bar switches on you. Okay, you're not talking about the toolbar. Okay. Okay, so I do not want to close all my windows, okay? Because if I do, then I'm going to lose all my original alerts. So I don't want to do that. But if I did, I'd have a blank screen and I'd have a toolbar, the same and it will be the same size. I know that. You know what you can do is in about an hour, if you want to hang around, Chris does a Zoom. In fact, he might. I don't know. Let me see if he's still on Zoom. Because I know. I'm sorry. I'm sure it's frustrating. Okay, so again, if I can understand what you're saying, extends way beyond like this. It extends way beyond the toolbar like that. Probably not, right? Because I mean, would that be such a big deal? Or I don't think you're doing anything wrong. Like, is it a big deal that it's doing that? I mean, what you're saying, what you just told me is that when you open up a dock channel bar, it extends way beyond the toolbar. And I'm saying, okay, is that what you mean? I mean, is that a big problem or? Yeah, I mean, it does for me. I mean, you're saying it takes up your entire screen like that. Ah, so if it takes up the entire screen, now you can't see the toolbar. Is that what you mean? Ah, okay, okay. Now we're getting to the bottom of it. And yes, I'm sorry, guys. I am going to do a shameless cheer here. You probably know which one. Um, this has been a challenge to. So I see what you mean now, and so because now what you have to do, you have to click on that little like the little menu inside a menu or whatever, and so that you can see your toolbar. That's what you want. Yeah, that I don't know. Pepe, any ideas why? Excuse me. Is it your size of your monitor or? Yeah, so I sorry, I really have an explanation. One of the things is I rarely switch my layouts around, of course. So even if that happened to me, yeah, it'd be a bit of a pain, and I guess I'd have to click on that little menu thing to get it down. But as you notice, I rarely change layouts. You can try AJN. It's nothing that I've never thought about. It's obviously never happened to me. It just sort of, it never takes up the entire screen. And as Pepe is saying, if Pepe doesn't have any idea, then there's no idea. I mean, you can try going to support and ask the question. I mean, maybe there's some kind of a, I don't know, I'll call it a fix or there's no setting though that I'm aware of. The other thing you can do is let me see if Chris is still zooming. The reason I say that is because Chris is actually allowing people to talk. And when he is doing his Zoom thing, there's hardly anybody there. So he's allowing people to talk. For sure, he'll be doing it probably from 3 o'clock. So you're zooming now. Link, please. I'm going to ask him for the link. Okay. Okay. Okay, but the problem with opening a channel, so you're talking about one of these guys here, in this channel bar, as opposed to the dock channel bar? Okay. Now the problem with you see the reason we have a dock channel bar, I wish we would get rid of this, to be honest. In the old days. Now here is a link. If you know Chris is zooming, okay? So you can go there and he'll actually allow you to be on the mic. So if you really want to talk to him, you can. But the reason why we created the dock is that in the old days, when people would have a layout up and running, if you wanted to go to our channel bar and click on a layout, your layout would disappear. Okay, you could only have one layout loaded at a time. So we created this dock channel bar, and you'll notice that, I can obviously, I've been showing you, I can have, what the hell? Excuse me, five, four. Um, I can have my layout. This is my layout that I'm using, and I can have as long as I click a layout from the dock channel bar, my layout does not disappear. That was the whole idea of the dock channel bar. Okay, because it really, before if somebody wanted to, go through our channels kind of all day long, and they had a layout, it was a real pain, because their layout would disappear. And so it really meant surfing channels was not that great to do, but now you can with the dock channel bar. Okay. But you can go to Zoom if you want. I don't know if he's going to have any, and I don't think he's going to have any answer. He might. Maybe he's come across it before. I'm not in you anymore. Why are you doing this to me now? Should have had more faith. So if Andy, so these are the ands, okay? Oops. These are all the, come on. These are all the ors. So if you picked one of the, if the icon looks like this, I mean, as opposed to this, these are the ands. So if the whatever you've picked, if the icon looks like this, these are all the ands, and then these are the ors up here. So for instance, in this scan here, all of these values have to be met before I get a real-time alert. Okay. But I could have another real-time alert up here. This is a new high of the day alert, but I could have a new 5-minute high as an example, as an alert, in which case, if all these values are met and the stock makes a new high or a new 5-minute high, I'd get an alert. Okay. But these are ands. That's the whole idea of it too, because you want to filter down the universe of stocks to a manageable number. So that's why most people have a price range they like, maybe a minimum volume they like. Um, if you're certainly if you're intraday trading, a person should be using this relative volume filter, because you want to see stocks that are trading abnormally. So these are and okay. So right here, UIS at 201. That's the last time. It's 2:15 now. That is the last time that any stock met all these filter requirements and made a new high for the day. That was UIS at 201. And all right, guys, I am now, yes, I'm not in this one anymore, the NVEI, but as you heard me talking about the TNON getting back over that 350 mark. So I took a plunge on it, and now this is a big yippee, and who knows where this is going. Nobody's saying it's getting back up to 780, but this is now this is what I was talking about though, guys. Later on in the day, these stocks that are very active, very low float, later on in the day, they can do some kind of an explosion. Not all the time, of course. And we really haven't seen one do it for a while. I'm not saying this is going to close right at the high of the day, of course, but boy, I mean, if you took this anywhere around here, this 350 mark, that's a nice move. Now, if only I still had my NVEI. Now, shady. So, I mean, this is wait, where could this go? Don't even know what. Anybody remember what the news was down here? Why it had the first pop? Okay, so the question is, where would I have found T? Now, no, Shady was talking about this. I don't know what price he was talking about earlier, but where this appeared on a scan for me, okay, number one, I saw it in the pre-market. Okay, you can see that's what it did in the pre-market. So this was already active. I think I even talked about a little bit. Yeah, in fact, it's in my list. If you look here, as it should be. Oh, yeah. So you probably weren't here in the pre-market, but pre-market actives. Okay, TNON number one. So this was a pre-market active stock. Number one. Okay, number one. Number two. 10-day daily breakout at 940. Price was 289. Okay. And this is not trade option, so it's not going to show up here, but it was all over the momentum many, 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 many times. Okay. So again, we saw this in the pre-market. I put it in the list, and then right there at 940 at 289. And then Shady was, I don't know what Shady, what, I mean, I'm sure he's going to copy and paste it, but I don't know at what point Shady was looking at this one. But this drew my attention at the 350 mark because it then was clearing all of this when I looked left. And I thought, okay, I mean, look at this massive void. Where could it go? Okay. Yeah, there are no, well, there are no shorts for me anyway at Interactive Brokers for TNON. So this turned into a pretty great day. If anybody took the TLT, even if you waited, for a 350 break, I took myself out of the trade and I got back in because you just never know. With that float, this thing could have just collapsed, and I didn't want to be stuck in it. Well, I wouldn't have been stuck. I would have taken. I always had my stop, but what now? The interesting thing for me is, will this close near the high of the day? Or is it going to do what it's done the last 2 days, where you can see you have these big topping tails on the daily chart and then the sell off the last 2 days? Let's just see what happens today. So the question is, what is the blue arrow on my chart for TNON as an example? What is it showing me? So this is what the blue arrows are. This just indicates, so I told you that we had an alert at 9:40 in this 10-day daily breakout. The price was 289. So when I click on it, it generates a blue arrow to show me the candle in which it happened. It's automatic, okay? So it tells me the candle. If I can get rid of this, and that's the opening 15-minute candle, right? That's the 9:30 candle, the 9:30 to 9:45 candle. So you can see 9:40. If I have a 5-minute chart up, and I may not be able to see it, but let's click on it. I'd have to back this out a bit. Come on. There. Well, yeah, well, it's hard. It's just because I cannot. There, you can see, you can just barely see. Okay, there's a little blue. You can just, if you can see that little blue, and that's the open. That's the 5-minute candle, the 5-minute candle, or the second 5-minute candle. In other words, where you're going to see the arrow is on the time frame of the chart you've got. Okay, that's basically what it's all about. Let me get back to my. So it's got nothing to do with direction. Okay, it doesn't mean because it's an up arrow that you go long. It's just designating. Okay, there was the alert on the 15-minute. Of course, you can see what happened after that. I mean, I'm not saying this would not have been super simple for me here, all around this area. A lot easier here, a lot easier in my, because you're not getting all these huge sell-offs, but it's just automatically generated. And there, again, there's you. I clicked on this, even though this is moving down. So this, even though this was showing up on a suggestion to go short, it's still going to show an up arrow. It's just telling you the candle. That's all. It's got nothing to do with the direction. Now, the only time there is a directional blue candle is if it's an AI alert. So let's take a look at FLYW. Okay. So you can see that the only time you get a directional a blue arrow is if it's an AI alert. And in this case, the down arrow means that this was a short opportunity. Okay. And if I click on real, you'll see that's the upper arrow again. And it's just telling you the candle in which the alert happened. Okay. Oh, I'm bummed that I'm not in NVEI still. So who asked the question? So are you good now, JN 831, with that explanation? And anytime you click on an alert, you're gonna get it. Doesn't matter what time. So if I go back in time here, you know, back to NFE at 12:58, there's the candle. Okay, there's that 12:45 to 1 o'clock, 15-minute candle. Well, do you want my scan or not? You can have my scan. I'm sharing all my scans. I mean, you can make a similar scan, but if you want my scan, you can have it, and then you can modify it if you want. Well, okay. So the breakout, as an example, the breakout. So you don't want this. You want to make it yourself. Okay. Okay. Well, you know what then? Why don't you just take mine? Okay. I think it's a lot easier to take mine and then you can sort of massage it, okay, to what you want. Okay. I think that'd be a lot easier. So if you go to my homepage, the guys at TNON may be done now. Okay. We might be getting that huge topping tail. Just give me a moment. I'm just going to put my homepage link in the various tabs. Okay. Okay. So click on my homepage link. Click on my homepage link and scroll down until you get to the scan section. Click here. 10-day daily breakout. Okay. You know how to load a scan? Right here, the 10-day daily breakout. Don't do the don't repeat. I mean, you can, but here's the 10-day daily breakout. You know how to load that by clicking on that and then file load from the cloud. Do you know how to do that? Okay. So once it's on your screen, so once you've got it on your screen, let me know. This is what you won't see all the early alerts, but just let me know when you have it on your screen. Zoom is asking me for meeting ID number. Hmm. All I can do, Peter, is give you the link that I'm not sure what's happening. This is the link that Chris just gave to me, so I'm not sure. I'm not sure what's happening, Peter. That link is what he gave to me. Okay, good. Now you got it. So if you right click on virtually any alert window or a top list window, this is going to show you what it's looking for. Okay. So right click on it, configure. And again, because I've got so many things going on, it just takes a little longer. And if you click on the summary, that's going to tell you English language. Okay. English language, what this scan is looking for. Okay. You've got the, can you see this? Okay. So again, if you don't like that price range, you can change it. If you click on if you click on that dollar icon, you're going to see the values I'm using. You might have to scroll down a little bit to see them all, but these are the values that I'm using, 2 and 35. So if you wanted 10 and 100, you could just, you could go in. You click on summary now, you see how it is now changed to 10 and 100. I'm not going to do that, but you want to make a change. So any other change. Now, what you said though was the position in 10-day range. Okay. So let's say you do want the 20 instead of the 10. And again, you might want a different volume. That's up to you. I'm using this 8 relative volume. That's why we do not get too many alerts all day long. That's a tough filter to have, but that's just the way I want it. I don't want to be inundated with alerts. So that relative volume filter of 8 is really what prevents a lot more happening. So let's just say though, you wanted the 20 instead of the 10. The position in the 10-day range, when I have it at 100, that means it's got to be, at least at the high of the last 10 days, more than likely it'll be higher. But that's what in the position in the 10-day range, when you use 100, so it's going to be at least at the high of 10 days. But if you wanted 20, then you can do something like this. Click on the search. And it's a good idea to see all the positions. So let's just start typing in position. Okay, good idea, I think, to see all of all the different positions that we've got, position and ranges that we've got. And if you scroll down a little bit, position in 20. So you highlight it, you could add the filter. Okay, and here it is. So if you wanted it to be above the 20-day, the high of the last 20 days, then you would put 100 in here. And if you didn't care about the 10 well, obviously it's going to be above. If it's above 20, it's above 100, so or 10. So you could get rid of that just by deleting it. Just delete it. Now you've just got the position in 20-day range is 100% above the low of this range. Well, you can get rid of that. Did you see what I did? You could leave the. Oh, okay. But obviously, I mean, you could leave it in here because obviously if a stock is at, a 20-day high, it's going to be at a 10-day high also, obviously. Okay. So there's no harm in leaving it there, but if you want to get rid of it, you just delete it. Delete that number in the position. Doesn't matter that it's still showing here, but there's no value anymore. So it's not going to do anything. Well, that tenon still strong. Well, you'll notice that a lot of, but you're not using the filter. Okay, understand you're not using the filter. What's happening here on this side are typically a lot of the filters that I use and all my other scans. So it's assuming that you may want to use this at some point, one of these filters at some point. So it's over here. Doesn't mean it's in play. As opposed to you're having to find it. What if I wanted the float turnover? Okay, and I use that a lot, and I have to search and add it and all that sort of stuff. So what it sort of remembers, well, you've been using these filters quite a bit, so we'll leave it in this column. I mean, it's not a big deal. Okay. You could, I don't even think you can add, you can't, okay. Well, you're not adding the filters. See, this is it. These are the filters that are being used right now. Okay. All you have to do is click on summary and it's going to tell you English language, what you're using. So even though in the list of filters, you've got all these other ones, but it's just putting them there because you know what? You've used these in the past quite a bit. Why don't we just keep them here in case you want to use them instead of you're having to search and find it. And you're right. If there's no value here, then it's not in play. It's not, you're not using it. Okay. And you just click on the summary. Now I'm going to get rid of that because, I want the 10. And there's no magic about the 10. I mean, I just hit on the 10 and again, just click on the summary and see now it's the 10. No more 20. And that's what I was saying. Yeah. Hey, where is that though? I thought there was something there. Modify. Hide unused. I wouldn't do it though. I mean, you can do it, but I mean, you know what? I would leave a lot of them in because it's just not a big deal to leave them in that are, especially if it's things that you're using, a fair amount. But I guess you can click on the hide unused, but it doesn't affect anything. And then don't forget to save it. Okay, so change the name. So config or right click on the alert on the window. Give me a moment. Summary, sorry. So again, right click on the window, configure. If you're already there, then just click on the summary again, and here's your window name is right up here. I call this symbol because this is, I put the sound alert I'm using. That's all. That's me. I'm using a symbol. So when I hear the symbol crash, I know it's this. I know it's this one. So just click on that summary, and then the window name box is up here. So then you can say OK. And again, do not forget to save your work, okay? Each individual scan that you create, right click, save or share to cloud, save. So now it's in your cloud. If you have a scan that's up and run or a layout that's up and running that you'd like to save, file, save or share to cloud. Probably want to click on entire layout, give it a name, okay, and save. And save everything to the cloud, okay? No, it'll just mean it's 50% in the 10-day range. So whatever the 10-day range is, say the high in 10 days was 10 and the low was 1. If you but it has to be at 50, then it's going to be around 5. So it'll be mid 50%, it'll be mid of the range of 20 days or 10 days, whatever you're using. It would not necessarily be the high of 5 days. So the current volume is our most probably our most powerful filter for intraday trading. So the relative volume, current volume, same thing. It's a measure of what is the volume. That's a ratio, 3.98 right now for NFE. So that's telling me that up to this time of day, 2:41 p.m. Eastern time, this is not an exact definition. So I don't want people to go back at 241 for the last 10 days and see what the volume is, okay? It's not an exact definition, but it's good enough. There are other things in play. But What did this stock do? NFE on average. What was the volume up to 242 on average over the last 10 days? Today, it is 3.9 times that. Okay. That's what that relative volume filter is all about. It's time sensitive. Well, if you lower the relative volume, all that's going to do, you'll get more alerts, okay, but you're not going to necessarily, it still has to break, it still has to be a 10-day high. If you want a 5-day high pull, you can go ahead. I mean, I think we have it, right? Maybe we don't. Yeah, so if you want the position in five, if you want to see stocks that are breaking a 5-day high instead of a 10-day high, you can go ahead. Okay, and you would use that filter and put 100% here and get rid of the 10-day one if you want. Okay. Okay, now I'm glad I'm out of the NVEI. So again, why these are pretty cool filters is that you can see a stock that's really been beaten up, over the year, but maybe it's at a 20-day high. Okay. That's how Andy, tends to find bottom fishing plays. Stocks that are still beaten up if you look at the entire year, but maybe they're making 20-day highs. I think I've got one like that. I think I call it trend reversal. I think I used to have one anyway. Yeah, it's taking a while to load. Yeah, trend reversal. So a lot of these stocks will be stocks that have been beaten up, but they're now. So let's take a look. I mean, they're not all going to look wonderful, but look at BE as an example. So here's a stock that's been beaten up, beaten up, beaten up, beaten up. Let me just see what my filter is. So it's a year low. Oh, well, it's below our. I must have done something. I used to have one that would just say, okay, show me stocks that are, say, in the lower half of the year's range, but making a 20-day high, as an example. So I could just add the position in 20-day range. So let me just do that just for fun and see what sort of examples we get. See if that really changes, what that changes. Okay, look at this. Only four. Now I have a lot of other filters in here. Okay. I can't even remember why I created them, to be honest. Okay. All these things. I mean, the yearly one, yes, I wanted to be within 35% of the low, so no more than 35%. Um, the hour, okay. Stock in the high of the hour. This is open, close. Okay. So, but as we speak, then, if you look at MUC, you should see something that, yeah, you can see exactly what's happened. The stock that, if I look at the yearly range, look at that. I mean, in the 2-year range, it's way below position in year range, 13% in red. So I mean, that means that if I took the high of the year, and the low of the year, it'd be in this, 13% right, like way down here. But it's a 20-day high. So it might be coming back. You could reduce this to a 5-minute high, maybe catch it earlier. No guarantee it would do this, but so if I look at PSQH, I think this is a yeah, same sort of thing, I mean, it's position in your range. I mean, it's 8.4% in red. So it's near the low of the year, but it's at a right now, it's at a 20-day high. Barely. So Andy does a lot of this, okay? You're looking for bottom fishing plays, things that are still, been beaten up but trying to come back. And then the flip side of that, of course, are stocks that are near the high of the year, but starting to move down. Trend reversal down. All right, guys. Wow, 2:48 now. And William says he will keep the room open until 4:15. Thank you, William. So taking out the 20. Well, remember, there's nothing triggering. Okay, remember, it's not an alert window. But let's take a look. So let me take out that 20, okay? Because you had the original one. Is that correct, Paul? Or did you add the 20? No, I know, but okay, the original one I gave you, but then I added the 20 day range, it had to be 100%. Did you take this one or okay, no change. Okay. Okay. So remember now, this is not an alert window. This is a topless window. So it's not a this is just telling you the stocks that meet all the filter requirements. Remember? Okay. That's all it is. It's just showing you stocks that have met all the filter requirements. So TRVG, and I've sorted this on the position in the day's range. So this stock is right at the high of the day. Oh, the daily reversal scan. Okay. I see. You're talking about this one. Okay, okay, okay. Oh, well, there'll be a reason. There will be a reason. CVM. Let's take a look. Probably the relative volume, but let me just look. Okay, so new high. Okay, so let's take a look, see if I can figure out why. Well, Just give me a moment. I have to close down so 2 and 40. I'm just wondering, was it below $2? No. At the beginning of the day it was, I guess, but oh yeah, you're right. I mean, exactly. It has to break yesterday's high. That's the obvious one. Sorry. Yeah, it has to break yesterday's high. So right there, 240. That's the reason. Well, I mean, it's about a daily reversal. So I mean, if you don't care about a break, like what are you trying to accomplish then? Okay, so it could be you could put it like this instead of being at 100%. Let me get rid of this. Okay, so you could maybe put 80% then if you wanted. So it's not breaking, but it's at least 80%. So it would be maybe here. Okay. So you could put 80% minimum, 50%. I mean, it depends, I mean, my whole thing is breaking yesterday's high is probably a fairly bullish move. Sure. Would it be nice to get it here? But then there's no, me. I mean, I just think that a lot of times the stock will stall at the high of yesterday. So, but that's up to you. So you could put 80%, I guess, instead of 100, meaning it has to be at the high here. Make sense? But don't put percent, obviously, just put 80 or 70. I mean, it's up to you. Of course, it's up to you. I haven't really had a chance to look at these. When we're out of earnings season, I will pay a lot more attention to the daily reversals. But right now, I'm more interested in just for the balance of this week anyway, and probably a little bit next week. We do still have probably enough earnings plays to keep us busy. And in fact, sometimes it's a little bit better rather than being overwhelmed with like over 1,000 in this week to have only 250. It allow us to concentrate on fewer alerts, fewer stocks. Okay, guys. So again, typically I will shut myself down around 3. I'll always stay later if there are questions. So I think Esther was an earnings play, Kiri. I think. So if there are any questions, don't be shy, as we say. I think Esther is an earnings play. Yeah, Esther is an earnings play. Okay. So that's the news. The released earnings. This TNON, it may have another run in it, guys. I mean, there's nothing stopping it really. It takes out that high of the day. It could have another run, which is around 458. So you can see we had pretty big bottoming tail there. Tried to get it down to 4, but we've got 2 topping tails there. Again, remember what these all these clues are, topping tails, buyers had it up to a certain price, sellers close it down. They really close it down on the 215 candle. Buyers had it up to 452, sellers closed it down to at 4. Buyers had it up to 456 or so. Sellers close it down here at 431. Now, the sellers had it down here at 412, and right now the buyers are trying to, maybe get control. Okay, was there other news on ESTA? Oh, I see what you're saying here. Yeah, no, you're right. This is more than just an earnings play. You're absolutely right. In fact, on earnings, I mean, it's still down for the day, but okay, now I see what you're talking about. Sorry, I should have looked at the chart. I just assumed you were just wondering in general why ESTA was moving, but boy, that's a move. That's like from 20 to 30, 31. Wow. Shortable too. William. I was just going to say, William, you must be short this. Now, if they'd come up with this news in the afternoon, after hours, and release their earnings, probably wouldn't have been as bad. Okay, guys, what time is it now? 2:59. So I do want to do a couple of things here on the test drive. There is still time. If you do want to take part in the test drive, you won't get obviously the 10 days because it is a fixed time, okay? From the 6th to the 20th, which is 10 trading days. If you start today, you get the balance of today plus 7 days, right? What are we now? Yeah, so this is Wednesday. I've lost track of the day of the week. So you'll get the balance of today, which is, only an hour left, plus 7 trading days. So if you click on the test drive link, you want to try us out, it will still cost the $11.11, okay? It will not be 10 days from when you start. It ends on the 20th. But, $11.11 for 7 days, probably still not that bad. You'll have access to our full premium service, which includes looking at what the AI does. If you're a standard subscriber and you want to try our premium service out, you can do so also. It will cost you $11.11. Now, and this is the important part, when the test drive is over, it's over. Nothing for you to do, okay? They don't have to ask us to unsubscribe for you. There's nothing to unsubscribe from. So please don't send an email to our support staff and say, "Hey, please unsubscribe me." I mean, that's bad enough. Well, bad enough, but then and send me a confirmation email. I mean, it just takes time. There's no reason to do it. We do not put you into a subscription. Okay, so don't have to worry about that. And we only do this about 3 times a year now, so still a good opportunity to try us out. You actually can still sign up for the test drive all the way until Friday. Somebody asked a question before also, with the support, this room is like this? It has not been set up like this just because there's a test drive. So I do this between just I picked a number, Poe. I mean, I didn't back test it or anything like that. I thought that I wanted to see something that maybe dramatically changed, something that's down at least 5%. I don't want to see something that's just down 2% yesterday and making a change today. So I thought, well, let's make it a reasonably significant that it was down yesterday, and now it's Now it's above that today. That's all. You can, there's no back testing that I did, but you can certainly make a change if you want. And then one last look at my homepage, just very briefly. I can't see it anywhere either, William. I was checking IB. I don't see. I see circulating rumors. Circulating rumors. It received China approval, but it doesn't go anything any more detail than that. Like approval for what? If somebody's talking about breast implants. Okay, well, but that doesn't even tell what it was. Okay, fire away, Jan. So again, if you click on my homepage link, just really quickly, this is what you're going to see. Again, all I ask is that if you do take out a subscription at some point in time, just come into the room or save my homepage and use this promo code. It will help the room immensely. We want to keep this room free. Okay, the way we do it, company wants to see that what I do all day long. It obviously we use this as marketing, and so they want to make sure that it's working. There's a cost to running a room like this, so the more people that use my link to take out a subscription whenever they do, the better it is for the room. And do the getting started. I'll take you about 30 minutes to go through the 10 short videos. Trading 101, a free service. Okay, a series of videos that can help. If you're brand new to trading, you can take a look at this stock of the day video that I do. Trade of the week, you can sign up for it. It's free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. All the big education section is here. And my scans. These are the scans that I'm sharing. Okay. Okay, so I'm still here. I'm just waiting JN 831 to ask me the question. Okay, well, okay. Let's take a look. So here's here is the 10-day daily breakout summary. So if I click on the summary, so this is it. So there's my 10-day daily breakout. Stocks where the price was at least 100% below this range. So if I do click on the icon, I can see the value here. Yes. I have to scroll down a little bit, but I can see the value here. Okay, so you changed yours to 20. Okay, so if you change it to 20, I'll change mine to 20. I'm going to put 100 in here. Okay, I'm going to delete that number that's in there. I will delete that number that's in the position and 10-day range. I will click on summary. And now all I see in the summary is a 20-day range breakout. Well, it's okay. Like, I don't want to say it's impossible. I suppose anything is possible. But the only way you can see if you have a number here, I'll put a number back in, 100, summary, and there it is, okay? The 10-day, 100% above the range, 20-day, 100% above the range. I go to the 10-day, I delete it. Are you sure you deleted it? And click on summary because I mean, I don't know what else to do because I mean, I'm just demonstrating that if you delete any value in any filter, I don't care if it's in this list or not. If you don't have a value in here, I mean, it's almost impossible for it to show up here as a value. You know what you can do? Why don't you give me the link? Okay. You know how to do that? Put the link in here. Put the link in. Oops. Put the link in here. You know how to do that? Yeah. All you have to do is take your link, right click, save or share to cloud, save or share to cloud. Okay. Save and share. You can say copy all and then control V, paste it in. But if there's no value in it, can you paste the link? Just paste the link in, okay? Do what I just did. Right click, save or share to cloud. Click on save and share, creating a whole bunch of new ones now. Say okay, and then control V. Control V right here, and then the link will appear. The cloud link will appear, and I'll look at it. Because again, this is all I've got. I've got the 10-day range. Because I have a value there. Okay, guys, there's the TNON, guys. TNON just made a high. Ah, okay, so again, here is my position in 10-day range. I have a value in there. If I put a value in the 20-day range, 100, and I don't take this out, it's going to show both. Okay, it shows both. The minute I get rid of the 20, if I get rid of the 20, the value there, delete it, so there's nothing there. I click on summary, it's gone. And then I say, okay. Okay, so in order to share a link, right click, save or share to cloud, save or share to cloud. I'm gonna have to get rid of a lot of these. Oops, sorry. So right click, save or share to cloud, okay? Right click on that alert window, save or share to cloud, save and share. You can say okay, and now paste it in by Control V, right? To paste, Control V. Once you've done that, just paste it in here by going Control V. And then the link will show up. You see how it's showing up? Then I can take a look at it. Okay, can you do that? Okay, now paste it in. You had to go save or share, right? Okay. Okay, let's take a look. That's because you've got 0 in the max. Okay, you've got 0 in the max. You might have accidentally typed 0 in the max, I guess. I don't know. That's the reason. Just get rid of it, and then your summary won't have that anymore. Okay. It's possible, I mean, but that's the reason. You might have just hit, a key and it went in there. You didn't know you did that. Now imagine if we had to try to do this via email. This is why I love being able to share my screen, seeing somebody's strategy or alert window, try to analyze what's happening. We had to do that by email, and we go back and forth forever. So again, if anybody's out there thinking, well, I don't want to bother him, I'll send him an email. Believe me, it's way more bother sending me an email because it's a lot harder going the back and forth. Okay, that's fine. 200. Well, you must have changed it. I mean, I didn't do it, so you must have. You must have made these changes, 20 to 200. That's okay. I mean, okay. So are we good? I mean, it's up to you if you don't want it 20 to 200, but you must have gone in and changed that. Is a standard deviation filter on daily charts? Well, let's take a look. Standard deviation looks like this is a daily chart. Help. Yeah, that is a daily chart. Never use it. And listen, if you guys want to keep going in terms of asking questions, and you can always go to Chris is doing this Zoom, and he actually allows you to go on the mic, which says most people don't. But this is the Zoom link, okay? Okay, look one more time. Sure. Okay, what would you like to get rid of that 0 and say okay? Okay. Yeah, once you get rid of it, you have to say okay because you have to let the system know that's what you want to do, right? So maybe that's what you didn't do. Okay. Now save it. Save it to the cloud. Right click, save or share to cloud, save. Now it's in your cloud. So even if something happens and you if you ever want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas within reason, I don't know if it's 10 years from now, but if you use the same and this goes for everybody. If you use the same email address that you used to sign up for the test drive, everything you do, everything, anything you may have created, a layout, different scans you took from me or did it yourself, save everything to the cloud, because if you do take out a subscription, it'll all be there for you still, okay? All right, guys, I think that's it. I don't see any other questions, so you can always head over and listen to Chris. He's on. He's doing a Zoom meeting right now. If you want to go into the main trading room, you guys who are in YouTube, you want to chat amongst the other traders who are still there. There's the YouTube link. Okay, so I'm going to mute myself now. Thanks a lot for all the help, everybody, all day long. I'll be on the mic tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern time. So have a great evening and we'll see you tomorrow. So I'm muting myself now and I'm getting rid of the screen sharing.